Welcome, Jay and family, your family reading. Let me get some better lighting on in this little room of mine. Okay, let's get this light on if I can. Ooh, there's some spider webs above that light. I gotta take care of that. Why did my camera just freeze? Oh my God. Okay, let's hope that this is good. Okay, so I'm still tired from last night. Or red, I mean. I slept 8 hours, so whatever. I don't know why they're still red. But anyways, okay, so I need to move some things around. I just wanted to start the video while I have this like momentum. Um, I do need to add the information in, which I'm pretty sure I did. Because I've obviously, looked at the email and I was under the assumption that I could just, you know, click on your name and your family members' names and have everything popped up, but that's not the case. I have to be ultra careful that I do not make a mistake. Um, but anyways, so we're gonna go over a lot in this reading. So J, 18th of October, 1988, 4:06 p.m. Toronto, 16:06, 1988. Okay, so that's correct. So let's also. Oh, wait, maybe I did save it just under. Nope, crazy. Okay, so I have to save it and then edit out. Or no, I don't need to edit out the last names because I'm gonna do this. Actually, I'm gonna edit them out. Okay, so we got Jay. Turn timer on. So basically, Jay, you have your moon at 29 Capricorn in the 12th house. It's a really karmic placement. Like so karmic in the sense that you really come here, especially with your North Node. So in astrology, the North Node represents the like I speak in metaphors, by the way. It's like the mountain never climbed in past lives, right? That's like what you're trying to get to. So in this circumstance, when you have the North Node in Pisces, right? This is just your individual chart. Um, when you have that there, it's basically showing that you're trying to evolve spiritually and you're trying to really turn the page karmically. Um, And when you add, having a 29 degree, which is the last degree, so it's a very karmic degree. It's about karmic. So there's lots of themes for you around karmic completion. Now, Capricorn Moon is a very tough placement for a male to have. Usually, it would involve going through lots of trials and tribulations, especially until your Saturn return at let's just charge, yeah, at like 29 and a half, 30 years old. The thing is, for sure on the emotional level would have gotten better for you. But you're definitely someone who is benefiting a lot from like basically the reason you have your Capricorn moon is because and I speak from a karmic perspective, like big picture, right? So your soul said, I want to I want to take like we could call it like the ultimate step, right? Um, in this lifetime. Um, now there's the ultimate step to break down these karmic what I would call karmic stuck emotional patterns, right? From past lives. I'm putting in, actually, I'm just gonna put, okay. Um, so that's really tough. I wrote a whole article, I don't know if you saw it, about like the difficulty for men with Capricorn or Scorpio moons. Let me make sure. Okay. So let me just 1988, 12/11. And yeah, it's just rough, right? It's like I always compare it to like 'cause it can make one really, really very self-critical. Oh, I see. Very self-critical. And it makes it really, really hard, especially, early in life to find relationships. But the 12th house is about past lives. So it's like you're confronting and this is why like and I feel this in your energy. You're confronting a lot of really like some people have like in each birth chart, right? Different people have different kind of karmas, not karmas. People have different um past lives that they're confronting the karma from. When I see a chart like yours, um it's very clear that your soul's intent was like let's really do the hard work in this lifetime. So I just want to say that, and then with the North Node, as I said, which is like where you're trying to get to in this life, it's very, very um spiritual, and it's in the second house. So there's a lot of there's this theme around finding it within yourself as opposed to relying on others. Because in past lives, you've been someone who, and interesting. Well, yeah, okay. You've been someone who has, how do I say this? Basically, I don't want to say like relied too much on like it's not just other people, but there hasn't been enough of a going within in past lives, right? Um you've been very successful with Virgo South Node with Venus on it, which is very good karma, by the way. And you have your vertex and South Node together, which is just so indicative of like this being an extremely important lifetime. And I'll say this to everyone. And then you have Venus, the planet of beauty, right on that. So you have a lot of past life. It's very interesting, actually. You have a lot of real past life magic to you. Um, but then the tendency of Virgo, right, where you like is that there's been so what I'm getting is that there's been this part of you, right, that has always been kind of interested in things underneath the surface, right? What's underneath the surface, but you've been blocked by low Virgo energy because that's your Black Moon Lilith, and that's your South Node, and your Venus is there too right now. So let's kind of get into that as I don't want to make any mistakes for your son's name that I will not say. Hold on. But basically Virgo South Node is totally energy, with all the energy there. It's I think in the eighth house, you have been an empath. You have been someone that's been of service, right? So this is what I'm getting. This is the kind of psychic mixed with the, I don't know, I hate using the word psychic. Just the intuitive mixed with the with the astrological input, right? Because astrology is a art and a science. Is that there's been a part of you that's been very, very, how you say it? Giving, right? Giving to others, readily of service. Um, you did come into this lifetime with understanding of human psychology, right? Um, and the underpinnings that really mark it. However, you've also gotten in your own way. And Jay, just I mean, I know I've said it, but I just want to make it very obvious right now. I'm just talking about you personally, right? Um, so when that happens, self-criticism hinders one's ability to find oneness with the universe, right? And maybe that's something that you can feel, within yourself being a Capricorn moon at 29 degrees, right? You've had to go through 29 degrees is the degree, it's a challenging degree. It's the last degree, right? There's 30 degrees in each sign. So moving from Capricorn, which is and it's in your 12th house, it's the very end of your chart, into so this is like a really interesting time for you actually right now, karmically, these next few months. Because your south your moon has Pluto on it, and that would usually be more in like a current astrology reading that I would talk to you about that, but I'm gonna say it regardless. Um, that you've been really going through a massive transformation, which is probably why you're feeling this calling to dig deeper and deeper into the core essence of who you are, who you truly are, right? Um, one second, let me make sure I just have this spelled right. Mississauga. Mrs. Okay. Just double check. So, okay. So I can say these two double check. Always got double, triple check. So May 2018, 420, November 8, 2018, November 8th. Yeah, okay. So these two are good. Um, okay. And let's just make sure for your wife. Wife just put her initials. 17, 12:11 a.m. Right? Yes. Okay. So I'm gonna send you like a picture just of your own email, just to make sure an image. Okay. That's so weird because it's filled our convo. So I guess I just didn't enter in. Yeah, because I would have sent you photos of it. So I guess I just didn't enter it in. Let me see if I wrote myself a note, and I'll get back to what I was saying. Um, let's see if I wrote myself a note. Oh yeah, I just wrote. Okay, I did. I should have read that. I said all info in email. Okay. So okay, close this down. Okay, so now I just need to change these names. I'm just gonna call it BG. They're both BG. BG son, BG daughter. So, so everything is good. So I can share the screen when I want to now. So I'll go ahead and do that actually while for you. I like to flip back and forth. And where's my magical crystal that was just charged recently in the full moon? I don't need my grounding one right now. I just used this one anyways. Um, so as I was saying, right? This is the Virgo energy, and this is where you're trying to get to, North Node, second house. Hi, Mika. Nari, Mika. Nari, Mika. So you're trying to define like in this lifetime, you're really the highest potential for you is to get past stuck emotional patterns. So that's done through things like astrology, through like whatever means of healing is necessary. It's like imagine like because of past life trauma, perhaps, right? Stuck emotion, right? Stuck energy. And people that have that, like I know a lot of people, my brother has a Capricorn moon. And there's no hard aspect, which is very good. Let me just double check on my eyes. Besides Sun Square Moon, which is one of the hardest, which I have as well. Don't worry, it's not. Um, it can become a superpower. I think that it just means that the sun and the moon are in signs that have little to do with each other, and there's like a huge need to find like an inner compromise. We'll get into that in a second. But basically, as I was saying, um, so the Venus energy, the Virgo energy in your chart. So Black Moon Lilith represents like the kind of in conjunct with South Node. So it's kind of like on one hand, it's indicating that there's definitely been some past life gifts like in the esoteric that you're probably like really feeling. And I told you that your moon, that Pluto has is like on your moon right now. Transit Pluto. That's like one of the most intense transits. And Pluto, it's usually square opposition are more difficult, but just even Pluto conjuncting your moon, that is like a long-term transit. So by March it will move into Aquarius, but then it will retrograde back and forth. So even all next year you'll be feeling it. And that is just like the most transformative. Like it takes you to your shadow so deeply. Um, but it forces this change, which ultimately leads you to your dharma. And your dharma, so people get very confused in this age, right? Because they think, okay, well, um, you know, my dharma is to, or my, like the 10th house is all career, make money, blah blah blah. Not necessarily, or actually, oftentimes not. Um, like your dharma is very much related to finding a high, to overcoming stuck, so like liquefying stuck, crystallized emotional patterns from past lives, right? That's one. And basically, it's like cleaning out like the karmic closet, right? Like the closet that, I mean, I don't have one because maybe you don't either, but a lot of people just like throw shit in their closet and they're like, oh, I'll pick it up later, or. So that's like what this life's about. And you've been held back, and right, and like I said, like Pluto is literally like right here, and it's been like kind of moving around, so it's gonna get more and more intense. So it's a very good timing that you got this reading. Um, and but also Pluto's been squaring your sun, right? Square is a very tense one. So Pluto's right here, and it's been squaring your sun and conjuncting your moon because you have that natally. So that's super intense. So like every aspect, your feminine and your masculine side are being challenged to transform. Oftentimes there's like some level of crises that accompanies this, or that starts this off. Um, and the sun one is easier a little bit because the moon is like our emotion, and that's the moon one is the one that's coming. But also, I would say that because the moon one's in conjunction, and because you've been experiencing this energy for shit, I don't know. Should I see how long? Where'd it go? Okay, go back in time. Oh no, I have to go all the way. Wait, I'm so confused. Hold on. Oh, I see. I never do this. I usually never ever do this kind of stuff during these types of readings. But I'm just really going to touch on it very briefly, just to show you that you see Pluto. This is transit Pluto, the Pluto that's moving in the sky. It's right on your moon, and it's in a 90-degree angle to your sun, right? 25, 27. So it's, and then 27, 29. So it's very intense. Back to face cam. So, um, you know, with the sun, it's just, yeah, very testing time. It's all about power. Like it can make one like very impatient, and sometimes they want to like impose their themselves on other people too intensely. There can be this theme of power versus powerlessness. Um, and everything like can feel like a battleground, relationships, life, work, all that stuff. But there's this, the big lesson is about surrender, which I feel like you I try not to know anything about clients or for family readings, like I told you, like I like to know a little bit. Um, surrender, into peace. And this is what's actually pushing you towards your North Node in Pisces, right? Um, but yeah, it's really like all about like remaining loving, compassionate, um, being able to compromise, calm, meditating, being able to have that neutral mind. I think of like the best part of meditation is being that space that you have between event, reaction. Like when someone's completely in the reactive mode, it's like event, trigger, reaction, boom, and then regret. But when the neutral mind, or the meditative brain forms, there's more of a calm, more of a balance, and the thing can happen, and it feels like you have this like extended period, this higher awareness. So it's like the same thing happens, but then instead of reacting, you push away that instinct, and you sit with it, and you contemplate it, you know? And yeah, so that's very important for you during this time. But yeah, just making sure that there's no power struggles. Then with the moon one, I feel like that's about integration, right? So it's a very intense emotional time. And there can be issue, changes involving like you know, women in the family. Um, a lot of times there's something with the mother. There can be some level of grief, not anything related to the mother. Um, but a lot of times there can also be like this like really intense emotional battle that one would enter into with a loved one, you know, or even just like authorities, right? People at work, right? There's this added pressure. So I'm telling you this because like these are some of like the most intense transits in astrology. So I would definitely actually book if you're interested, and we would do this live. We have a follow-up anyways, but I would book just from your own chart for yourself a current astrology reading because this is some serious shit and like, you know, maybe some stuff we need to talk about one-on-one. That would be my advice. Like, because this is just like what I'm seeing now. There could be more, right? But yeah, it's all about like kind of metaphysical and self-improvement um kind of pursuits. Those are really healing. Psychotherapy is the best time to enter psychotherapy. You know, just like have a weekly therapy session with a good therapist. It's like really like it opens up the hidden wounds if you haven't like handled them from childhood or even past lives. It's called house. And it's really a time where you delve deep into your emotions and it's all about letting go of. So it's really, this is like the time I was talking about this last time in my live, the kairos, the destined time. And the fact that you're getting this reading, that I'm, instead of just like blistering over your natal kind of, because I like to focus on the kids a lot when I do family readings. um you know, I'm seeing this, right? So it's really about letting go, just letting go. um you know, being very honest, with you know, integrous, is that a word? Having integrity, I guess, I don't know. And just getting to the depths of your true being and shadow, and just knowing that, like, you know, you've already had the square to the sun, which can, like, if there's power struggles, it's just very important to just understand this is the astrology, and that you know, it's a great time to have like a physical workout. And this would have started like, yeah, um you probably would have been feeling it for the past I mean, it was 4 degrees away in 2019, or in 2020, at the start of 2020. And then the start of 2021, you know, you're definitely feeling it. Um, so 2020 was probably like, you know, the creeping up of the energy. 2021, it's 2 degrees away from the square. It still hasn't like, it's not really, it's like kind of, it's maybe not quite an orb of the moon in the 56 months. I guess I can share this to show you what I'm doing. It's pretty cool stuff. Um, like moving through time, 66 months. This is where we're at right now. Or not right now, but metaphorically. So I'm looking at Pluto, right, in relation to this and this. So that, um, so by June, right? So you see, by June of 2021, you are, that would have been a time around that time, right? Like maybe even a month before, whatever. Like it's not like exact science, but you're feeling, you're that's when you're really feeling it, because the square is completely in, and the conjunction with the moon is completely in, and then it goes retrograde, moving 6 months at a time. So 12th December of last year, you know, it's still, you know, an exact square of the sun, and it's conjuncting the moon, but not as intensely. The one, you know, the sun is exact square. Super powerful stuff. And then this year, like June, you know, it's right on your moon again, right? It went all the way up to 28, but it hasn't yet um it hasn't yet touched your moon. It doesn't really, it matters, but like it will fully touch your moon um around February, March-ish. And then it'll move into Aquarius, which should be like maybe experiences like a brief relief, but then it will retrograde back into Capricorn. So that's why I was saying like with getting a current reading could be important. It could be helpful to understand the timeline of the Pluto energy. But by March, at least the square of the sun will, for the most part, be done, and it will just be the moon one. And then we move up to the current time where it's, yeah, just like affecting, it's you're in the ending stages of the one with the sun, and full on with the moon. So that's nothing to do with what we're talking about right now, but I just wanted to tell you that definitely some synchronicity in that. But yeah, so overall, you karmically, like, this is a very huge activation point for you in your life. Like, goddamn, wow. And you have the resources though. So this is the thing, is that with this eighth house natally, there's a lot of been there, done that in that ability to dive deep and into surrender, right? But that's one perspective, because that's the eighth house, which is the house of Scorpio, which is all about that. But then, which I'm trying to get to, is the Virgo energy. So when you have this basically means that, like, on one end, I feel you as this very like empathetic soul, very like giving, very of service. Um, but that's the others, right? But I feel like probably in this life, definitely in this life, and but like, it's probably I'll pull your wife's chart up also and see. My intuition is that she really helped ground your energy a lot when you guys met. Purposely don't really want to read the email. Like, maybe I will. I can tell like later on, but um, okay, but yeah, I'm just gonna like look at actually. I usually don't like. I mean, I looked at it for the children already, but um, you guys. Okay. Yeah, gotcha. So okay, so mhm. Interesting. So this is what's another interesting thing. You said you're opening your business, and during this transit. So, like, these transits, like, they can be like the worst enemies or the greatest assets. So when you actually integrate Pluto and Sun, it gives you the ultimate power. And you do have Pluto right here in your 10th house. So you're meant to make a massive, like, you're meant to make a massive, like, public life is very, very important for you. But there's also some shadow that shows up there, right? There's some shadow, and it's completely reflective of the early relationships, right? Because the mother, or whoever the nurturing, parent was, usually it's the moon's the mother. Um, but, like, it could have been the father as well. If he was the less the less involved one. But you know, definitely did not get the nurturing. You had to grow up really quick. Um, having a father that had issues with substances, you had to you really had to kind of probably assume role of responsibility in your family at a very young age. And you mentioned having a sibling, which I imagine is younger. Although I felt into that energy, like, through your email. I was like, I felt like something there, right? When you mentioned the sibling part, right? Because not everyone mentions that. And then I see Mars in Aries at 0 degrees retrograde, third house of siblings. So interesting. But I don't want to digress too much, because I'm saying many things at once, right? But basically, you are really trying to, to or basically you know, you didn't during this time you will most likely the transit thing. So it can be used like for massive power, as I said, right? But you might with the conjunction on the moon be really experiencing a lot of having to deal with early childhood stuff, which you do have Jupiter on the IC. So that typically is very good for the childhood in terms of like learning, expansiveness. You know, usually people that have that are not, you know, are not born into like a poor family. They usually, you know, learned a lot and had like a very nice worldview that they gained, perspective. You know, Jupiter in the IC is really good for having like this inner well of optimism also, right? In your like your inner unconscious. So I think that really helps you psychologically see some of the work that needs to get done, right? Because you have a wider perspective. You're not so caught in it. But as I was saying, one parent was very absent. The moon is usually the mother, but I feel like it was probably the father. It could have been both. And yeah, you have to you is Chiron in a fire sign? Let's see. Let's see if Chiron is in the fire sign. No, it's in the sign of Cancer, of water, of family, I mean, not water. So that's clearly showing that you know there's lots of pain around that. I have Chiron in Cancer too, right? Lots of pain around the family. And in a Placidus chart, it would be in the fourth house of um wait, yeah, of um of family, early life, right? So there is that dynamic that you could integrate into that, right? So yeah, just like the more work you do, the more inner work, like you have the ultimate chart, someone that really has to do it. And I'm thinking of Mars, but yeah, so the Virgo basically what it does here, Black Moon Lilith, is that it traps you. So I was saying, right, that like I see you as this very empathetic being. You know, even like look, like I said that, and then I look at you have Neptune trine your south node, which means that you know, in Saturn, sextile, you know, so there's lots of really good past life energy. Um, you know, like Venus conjunct, you know, conjunct the south node, like that's beautiful. So I feel okay. So this I feel like you have really good karma, but you've chosen to take on because you're a very advanced soul. You're really tough karma from different lifetimes. You're like, let's fucking do it. The kids are watching. Let's fucking do this. You know, I'm gonna cut a little bit, but I'll try to keep it down. I just do it for emphasis. So, um, yeah, like the Virgo energy, as I'm trying to get to, basically it keeps so you're very empathetic to other people, very giving, very like spiritual, probably a healer, honestly, probably a spiritual healer using like earth magic, herbs, something like that. But then you weren't so nice to yourself, and the self criticism would have kept you away from what you're trying to get to in this life. And there still exists that energy still exists with, you know, this here with the Capricorn moon, which is very self-critical. Venus and Virgo can make it really hard for one to like accept themselves, and it's very big indicators of perfectionism. You know, I have to be perfect, I have to be 100 or 0. So that learning to let go is very hard but very powerful, when you can just be like, all right, I'm cool with being like, you know, with just letting things fall where they fall. So, okay, you just messaged me back. No, okay, you're so awesome. Um, I'm gonna send you a message. Yeah, I'm literally messaging you as I'm filming my reading, and I'm going really deep on your chart. You have a lot of things going on, like extreme things. Not in a bad way, but I suggested that you get you'll see. But I think it'd be very good for you personally to get a current astrology reading from me. But you'll see why, because like I did not expect this. I've never ever looked at a current astrology when I'm doing like a family reading or an individual reading, but there's like Pluto is conjunct your moon and squaring your sun at the same time. Like that is as extreme as it gets. So yeah. But anyways, I'm going for it. We'll see. Yeah. Cool. So happy everything checked out. Okay. So as I was saying, 1 second. Oh, touch. Yo, I literally you take that. Take mine. I've been drinking this. No, I'm not giving you another bottle. I'll give you all the bottles. I've been drinking this. Just take that. I need some of it in here. It's filtered. It's perfectly filtered. You want to see fun? Do you want like a this? I mean, I would rather I keep that filter and you can just replace like that white one with something else. Just take these two. I have these. Sorry, Jay. I have these here. Like literally, like. But can you just do that? Okay, then switch with me. Then bring mine up. No, no, do it now. It's not good to only drink that kind of water. Can you bring me the white one up, please? Please, come on. Okay. Anyways, and actually, what? No, bring it to the stairs at least. Don't be lazy. Bring it to the stairs. Whatever. Or I'll come take it from the stairs. Sorry, Jay. We have water, pops. Okay, and you take this one. No, take this one permanently. Not good to only use those types of waters. Okay, I'm back. I have to do something really quick. Because my girlfriend is lazy. And we have water filters that she wants. We also have like amazing bottled water in Romania. It's like unbelievable. Um, so like I don't like to like only use bottled water, obviously, but there's also like amazing like carbonated water. Like legitimately, if San Pellegrino didn't have like a monopoly on, you know, I guarantee they have like crazy monopoly on that whole sector or like on carbonated water in the world. Like so like I don't know. Like I feel like if I was in a different lifetime, I could get very rich doing import export with some of the carbonated waters we have here. Like even the branding is just like you could tell like there's this one golden water that I could easily like buy. Like it costs money here. I think it's on Amazon even, but I swear I could sell that for like $20 a piece in LA. Like a golden like I don't know. You can search on Amazon. I don't know if they have it in Canada. But like golden. I can ask you tell you that if you're interested. Like golden Romanian carbonated water. But anyways, as I was saying, like so not being nice to yourself, right? And like kind of like the energy of like OCD. Not saying that you have OCD, but just like worrying like about little things and you know just whatever like kind of how how when you let's say like a very brief example like how when you know your wife's you heard early bro I don't have it in front of me right now I can say this thing but you know my mom's a Virgo I'm sure you I forget if she's a Libra or Virgo, but you know, there can be a lower tendency of Virgo. You may have seen my recent post about it to be kind of naggy and to be like to kind of lose sight of the big picture. Like they're very well organized. They're very, very good, very of service. You know, they have their hearts in the right place, but sometimes they're so self-critical and they're so obsessed with perfection that when they don't get things 100%, they just give up. You know, like I had a client recently who I literally called this, like I literally like predicted. It was just so classic. I was like, we were talking about meditation. I was like, let me guess. You started meditating. You had maybe 10 days or whatever, I don't know, of success. And then something happened, day 11 or something, I don't know, just you weren't in the mood or something came up and you basically just weren't able to do it that day. And then after that, you quit and never came back to it. And she was like shocked and she was like, yes, like literally like that. It's like almost like weird how close you were to the reality of what happened. So, you know, it just goes to show that like the root, like, and I was just telling my brother about this too, like because he has like a lot of similar things in your chart, but like his is way more intense. Way more intense. Actually, I don't know. Yeah, it's more intense. But you're really taking your chart's like trying to become like a monk, like the highest spiritual energy, right? Um, in 1 second, I'm gonna put this down for 2 seconds. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, sorry about that. Was under the impression I needed to take a, as they call it in the US, a number one bathroom. And I was under the impression that it would be a quick one, but it ended up taking longer. What a great story. Anyways, so as I was saying to you, yeah, so just like really like looking at those elements in yourself and understanding like embracing not being perfect, you know, having a sense of humor around your failures. Like that is like such a high energy, right? And you've overcome so much in your life. My intuitive flash is that your wife played a huge role in this healing. That's just not even like looking at her chart. Like I can just feel it. Mika, move. But you know, having a 29-degree Capricorn moon, I mean, you can look it up like in the 12th house. Like it does not get more. It's very psychic too. It's like very very just like, you know, it's like imagine like there's like a door, right? Or no, better metaphor. There's like it's like a train track, and you are trying to get from point A to point B, but there's these rocks on the path in the way, right? That are separating you from that. That's what this energy is, right? But by leaning in, and that's probably why, like, it was probably very hard for you growing up, you know, unless you came from like a very spiritual background where you had like, you know, a father and mother, which I know you didn't have a father who did that, but you know, you had some kind of mentor in that realm. It would have been very, very tough. And sometimes what can happen to people who have that is that they can hang on to shame for ways they were or things they did, especially with the Virgo, which, you know, for so long, even when they've gained higher awareness. So it's really important for you, especially right now. That's what I was, you know, really talking about, like, and you might not even need like your intuition. It's like about trusting your intuition. That's why I was saying like the current astrology session could be very beneficial to talk to me, you know, live about you, not just about like the family, because I do feel this like, so this is another thing, is that this is an energy like a thing in your chart that I'm picking up on where it's caring so much about everyone, but potentially sometimes ignoring you, you know? Um, not like in a like fucked up way, but like, you know, just the giver, the giver, the giver. But sometimes like the lesson is like, you know, how do I get to myself? So with the Pisces North Node, you're here to really, really, really excel, really, really push yourself spiritually. And and you know, in the second house, you're here to find ways. Meditation is a perfect example to dive deep into yourself and not have to rely on anyone else or anything else. So with the sibling thing, you know, Mars and Aries creates by itself a very strong energy. It's like you need to work out, you need to have something physical, right? And it does square Saturn and square Uranus, so that's like more energy that's like pushing you back, right? Like when you're trying to move forward, it's like energy that's like you, and it's in retrograde too, so it's like lots of karma with the siblings with the sibling for sure. Maybe, you know, because of how the father was, maybe you felt like you have to like you like, and this actually is kind of the same thing in my life, not like to an extreme, but you know, I felt like I've been told by psychics that like at least on a spiritual level, like I'm like my brother's father, and I've been his father in a lot of lifetimes, right? um Even though our dad is awesome, but like, you know, he just isn't like, you know, it's hard to explain. I'm not gonna go to my life story right now, but yeah. Um so I think with a sibling, it's just like there can be this past life energy, right? Where you might like project there like, both ways, where there can be like projection and anger, right? Um that comes out in that relationship. But like, um you know, it's just a potential, right? Mars in third house, it could just be like quarrels with the siblings. Um, Not necessarily seeing eye to eye, but of course, you know, these are all potentials. You know, things can be worked through, and in the end, it could end up being like an amazing partnership. You could be working with your brother. You know, Mars in third house could be someone who like and the interesting thing is that you have another critical degree. God, you should have your own. I'm pretty much giving you your own natal reading at this point. I'm not going to be able to go this in depth with everyone else, but your chart is just, I mean, like it's just fascinating. There's just so many like things that are very, very, very rare. I'm just like, wow. But like, I don't know, maybe that's a metaphor. You know, maybe you don't allow yourself to be, you know, to be that person, you know, to get the reading, you know, to be the one that gets the focus. Because yeah, so North Node Pisces, like you're trying to move away from self-criticism that pushes you away from seeing the big picture into a way of being that is just like completely with the oneness of God, the oneness of the divine. And it's a beautiful thing. And then yeah, with the Mars, like, definitely 0 degrees, there's a real chance for a new karmic beginning to the relationship with your brother. It's the first sign of the zodiac, right? So having a 0 degree Mars, there's a point astrology called the zero Aries point, and you have right here your Mars on the 0 Aries point. So that just gives someone like this just massive entrepreneurial drive, right? Um, but then it's in retrograde. So the retrograde Mars can actually be um can push a lot of that energy within. Um, right? So yeah, because it's literally this is the first degree of the whole zodiac. Because like I said, Aries is the first sign. Um, so so in 1 second, I'm looking for something. Yeah, because like the Aries point is like how you might become recognized in the world, right? So it's in the third house. Third house is about communication. But in Placidus, it would be in the in Placidus you would have a first house north node. Which also it's like, so like I want to give both versions. Like another version could be like, and it's similar. It's like you've given too much of yourself to relationships, too much to love. And it's not saying like to the extent to where it's kind of like held you back from your own personal potential, from realizing your own personal potential, right? So like, and then in this life it's like important for you to be a little bit selfish in the sense of like your own spirituality. So like any kind of relationships or friendships or situations, you need to really go like do the things that or you don't need to do anything, but it's in your benefit, high benefit aesthetic stuff, to really like dive deep in spirituality as deep as possible, and you'll find so much there. So anyways, yeah. Um, and yeah, with the 0 Aries point, yeah, it's a lot about recognition. So it's really, really good for like having a great reputation in your career. Um, and yeah, I mean it's a spring equinox. Felix, stop, Felix, go away, Felix. Stop, Felix. So it's just like a spring. It's just like, when spring comes, it's just like the new season. So it's like really like about creating visible changes in the world. Um, so the fact that Mars is there is showing that your drive, right? And something related to your communication. And of course, like in a Placidus, it'd be about making money. It'd be very, very good for making money and entrepreneurship. But it's really powerful. But then, when and also just doing things differently because you're an Aquarius rising, so you're meant to do things differently. Anyways, okay. So, but yeah, but there's definitely Chiron in Cancer, some family pain, um, and with Jupiter and IC also, like, yeah, as I said. So if there is a tough relationship with the brother, it's really important to understand that's based on karma. Um, I imagine if it was tough, it probably would have gotten better around the Saturn return time also. Maybe also your wife having to do with some with that too. But you're definitely like a risk taker. You're someone who's willing to kind of like bet on yourself. And you are a hard as fuck working man. Like maybe too much. So that's what I'm saying. You catch my drift. This is why I'm spending so much time on your individual chart, because you need to know that you are worth this time times a million, right? Um, like you are so hardworking, but have so many gifts. Look at Neptune 12th house. That's all about like that's like psychic abilities, right? That's like being in touch with like the spiritual energies of the world. Venus 8th house, also it's like being interested in having this gift with anything esoteric that comes from your past life. Vertex and South Node together, just extreme fate, playing out in your love life. So you were really meant to meet your wife, 1000%. And oh shit, no. So yeah, and then Mercury square Neptune, that's a difficult one. Yeah, basically just like it creates like issues with communication. It gets better with time, but like the best way is to channel it through some type of creative thing. And you have Mercury retrograde also in your chart. God damn. And you're Libra Sun. Wow. So you're very right brains. It's so important. Like that's crazy because you're doing something that's very left brain with your career, it seems like, but it's really important for you. Like, and maybe at a young age, like maybe you're just super, super high IQ. But like a lot of Mercury retrograde people, like there's just so much of the past. And that could also be siblings, right? But like ultimately, like you're really, really here. Like there was in past lives, you didn't speak up enough. You didn't lean into your true expression enough. So in this life, you're really here to do that, to speak up for yourself, um, and to lean into this Aries energy, right? And also to this Aquarius energy, which is about the path less traveled. Being a man into spirituality isn't like what most people are about, but it's gonna be. Trust me, it's gonna be in this lifetime. More and more and more, and so your life, ninth house sun in Mercury retrograde, you're really meant to kind of reassess like how you learn things, finding truth, like whether it's spiritual truth within yourself, but also traveling and like things like astrology, philosophy, whatever it is. Like just trying so many different things out is so important. Now finally, the sun square moon, that usually speaks of a divorce between the parents. We'll go back to sharing. Just very, very opposite worldviews, and it kind of creates like a dual. Yeah, you said a group so there was lots of abusing arguments. Yeah, so you definitely have to be the father to your brother, which can create lots of psychologically, it can create lots of projection and displacement, where the displacement of the brother perhaps is put onto you, um what even like when it should be onto the you know father or the mother or whatever. um but yeah, you just have a mega power. Like, so like I imagine like after Saturn return, like last few years, it's just been like all the things you used to like take a step forward and then get like the universe just make you like push you back a little bit, right? That's a Capricorn energy. That's a Saturn square Mars. The amount of celebrities, it's like, don't think that you can't be famous. Like this is like very like you can literally be famous. I don't say that often, by the way. Like this is a really special chart. It's about really believing, especially 10th house Pluto. Like you have a chart for someone who and famous, like just very like big time with what you do. So think big, you know. Don't allow any self-limiting beliefs, because like literally like you were meant to go through it in the first part of your life to set you up for like what you're doing now. And spirituality and balancing the two worlds of your business life, home life, and your inner life. They will parallel each other. The last thing I'll say is that this current time is a time where it is like the Kairos. It is the time, the reckoning time of you, and just the overall energy of really like this is the time where one of the most powerful energetic times of your life. I'm sure you feel it. Um, so yeah, like it's intense for sure. Um, but like just remember that you need to take time for yourself. You need to have like a place in your room or in your house, or like to have discussions, with your wife, which you might already, and she's a Sag moon, so that's very, very, very good because that's all about freedom and space. Um, But like really, you guys both have Aries. Ooh, look at you guys both Aries, Mars retrogrades. You guys both have it retro. You see, so this is the family readings that are interesting, right? You see, that's very rare. Only like 7% or so, or 6% of the population have Aries Mars retrograde, and you guys both have it in Aries, the same sign. But weren't you guys born like really close together? Age 17. Yeah, you guys were born. Okay, so yeah, but still, it doesn't matter. Like my girlfriend's 10 years younger than me, so it's like whatever. It's not like that. Um. So yeah. Wow, that's crazy. You guys were both, and it only stays retrograde for like a month. So it's like that little pocket of time you guys were both born, and like basically what it means is that like, you did not act enough in past lives. You did not speak up enough, and you did not act enough. You had all these things you did, but in this life, you're really meant to be a voice, and you're really meant to, like the retrograde. It makes both of you guys analyze how you want to act, right? How you want to act. And then later in life, and you guys both have the same, yeah, of course, because you guys are born so close together. You guys both have the same south node and north node. So it's everything I just said for you goes for your wife. I have her as AG. Um, everything goes for your wife too. The whole like Virgo perfectionist thing, but it's not as extreme as yours because her moon's Sag. So she's a little bit more, I'm a Sag moon too. And let's see the aspect to it though. We can't talk too fast. But yeah, like I mean hers is on her midheaven too, which is wild. And she's a Virgo. So that is what I sense is that is that her son, who she is, her identity, her purpose, her sense of self is it illuminates these parts of you. And let me guess, it falls right on your south node. No, it doesn't. But falls right on your Venus or very close to your Venus. So I mean, you guys are destined. It's very obvious. You guys are destined to be together. Very, very, very obvious. And I'm sure I'll see like more signs of that, even though this isn't compatibility reading like between you two, which I could do if you're ever interested. If you wanna go really, really deep and bring all the asteroids into the composite chart and go really, really, really deep. But if I did that now, this reading it's 12:38 or it's 0:38 right now. I'd be still speaking at 2 p.m. tomorrow. So it'd be like, yeah. But I still like to kind of throw them in there and look at things. Obviously, that's what I'm doing now. Oh shit, I'm gonna call. I tell her 1 second. My friend's calling me. I tell her I'm doing a reading. Hold on 1 second. Hey, I'm doing a family reading right now. So yeah, it's gonna be a long one. We're always on the worst timing ever. This is so horrible. But yeah, I'm literally recording now. It's a family reading. One of my longest readings. Tell me your work schedule this week. Like when do you work and when do you not work? Okay. So it's just a friend that I haven't caught up with in forever. And it's just, you know how it is. When you're just always on opposite schedules and you feel bad because you're like, when she's working, I'm not working. And when I'm not working, wait, what did I just say? When she's working, I'm not working. And when I'm working, she's not working. Kind of. Ish. Ish. But yeah, you have to be a madman to work the hours I work. Not like in terms of like how many hours, but I mean, yeah, you still have to be pretty crazy. But there's a lot of people that work like a lot of hours. But I'm just saying like the actual times. Like it's I work so late at night. Okay, anyways, so as I was saying, um, we have here a chart of a woman born in Abbotsford, Canada. Um, Now, once again, both are lucky. Both y'all are lucky with the moon because there's the most difficult thing in astrology. Oh, I didn't talk about your sun square moon that much though. Should I do that? I probably should. Um, yeah, I probably should. I probably should talk about that. Okay, just really quickly going back to your chart before I dive deeper into hers and kind of connect everything. Basically, okay, sun square moon means that like I talked about how it's like the father and mother having very different and worldviews, so it's very confusing for the child. Oftentimes, like I have it, my parents are divorced, right? They're two completely like just how these two people get married, like how like I kind of get it, but like I'm like still at the same time like what the fuck. But anyways, made me I guess. So it's one of the most difficult aspects in astrology. And it's about like this conflicting energy between your emotional security, and how you want to shine as an individual, right? Moon, sun. Um, so like what you do is often like challenged by emotional pressures. So it's like the heart and the head not being in the same place. So it's all about like figuring out, okay, what does Libra want? What does Capricorn want, right? Well, there's a healing to both of them. And is it on? Hold up. Hold up real quick. Look at you. No way. Wait, hold on. Open! Oh, I can't see any of this because it is so. Oh, I have too many of these asteroids. Why do I have any remove this one? Because I have it twice. But I think you have Spica conjunct your sun. Like, it's within a degree for sure, but like, I need to like take this out. Okay. Let's see if it works. No, wait, it doesn't. Wait, it does. Okay, cool. So now I like stare. Oh, it's so nice. You have a more conjunct your moon, so it's like giving you this like unconditional love for humanity, which is so beautiful. Um, but I can't see so much, and yeah, everything in your love life, I said this before, is extremely faded, like extremely faded. But I literally can't see. Um, I have too many planets. Oh, now I can kind of read it nice. Wait, okay, let's do it this way. But yeah, basically like the sun square moon. It's yeah, it's the yin and yang being in conflict essentially, right? So okay, let me just search Spica. I think it's at 20. It's at 20 23.40 23.50. Okay, so that means that it is so it's not like so close. It's within 2 degrees, and with the sun, it's like whatever. Um, but it is a really it's one of the brightest stars, one of the best stars. So um, it's great for wealth, great for happiness, um, great for all public affairs, and it just creates someone who has good fortune. But yeah, it's one of the great stars. It's literally like there's like the four royals and then there's Spica. You kind of want to throw Spica in there. So yeah, it definitely gives you like lots of luck. So that's really cool. But yeah, with Sun Square Moon, yeah, lots of ups and downs, misunderstanding with the parents, issues with relationships, especially early on. And it's like learning to feed both mouths, you know? So also with being a Libra, you have to watch out for the people pleasing tendency that Libras have, not put yourself first, to care, you know, to let others dominate you. But also it's, you know, Petty's go away. It's great for business, right? Um, so yeah, it's all about like kind of dialing in the shadow work and the letting go. And lots of inner tension. But this is the thing, I have this too. Lots of very successful people have it. And it's because it's this inner tension that pushes you towards great achievements. That's also your Capricorn moon, 29 degrees. Like there's this feeling of like I have to prove something to the world. Or maybe it's the father, you know, like something like that, right? And you have to fight harder than most to succeed. But when you get there, um, but you have these like great powers of regeneration, right? Like nothing can bring you down. It just makes you super tough and resilient. Like I was telling people something like in my live last night, like I've been through so much, like nothing can affect me, you know? Like I don't want to say of course things can affect me, but like bring it on, you know? Bring it on. Actually don't, universe. But like, you know what I mean? And that's that you got that energy too. Um, so cool. Okay. Got it. Um, yeah. So, but then, yeah, there's the energy of like not having, you know, acted enough, and because you have a Libra Sun and Mars retrograde, and this is also like, you know, kind of similar with your wife, is that you know, it's about knowing when to act and knowing that it's okay to assert yourself. And this is a karmic journey, so you guys are very karmic partners in the sense that like you're going through this together, right? You're learning a lot of the same lessons. Now, with her chart, let's see. So she has, you know, her Chiron and her ascendants that usually creates a very shy, someone very shy when they're a kid. Also, of course, her, you know, her Chiron's in Cancer, so um, you know, there's tends to be things there with just yeah, like a lot of people with Chiron rising, they experience themselves as like sometimes people like a lot like I like will ask them early on like why do you look so sad, you know, when they're like kids, and they're not even trying to do it, but but they're meant to be healers. Okay, I'm reading the description of her. Okay, got it. Oh, wow. Yeah, your higher self guides you to Sedona. Wow, that's fucking crazy. So yeah, I mean, it seems like, you know, she had like a similar thing, right? Where it's like, um, do the right thing, you know, work in this kind of more legal corporate field that was maybe based on like the expectations, right? Um, but it's good that she had, you know, because her being a Sag moon, that's all about I need freedom, I need to be learning. And this is interesting, right? Because her moon is on your midheaven. So basically like her emotional nature contributes to um your career in a way, to your dharma. Like it's I'll get more into it in a little bit, but let me just like memorize like the aspects she has so we can both pop both charts up. Okay. So her sun squares Uh, okay, so it squares these. Um, Venus unaspected. Okay, interesting. Venus, Pluto. I have that. It's rough. It gets easier in time. And then Mars is Neptune. Is there a T square? Mars. Yeah, T square. Mars. Mars, the apex, Chiron, Neptune. Okay, interesting. It's a tight T square. Wow. And it shoots out into Libra. Okay. So let's see if I can memorize all that. Program into brain. And then yeah. And then she also has like very similar like past life, like healer energies as you do. But you guys both had, you guys were both crippled by that perfectionism, right? Crippled in the sense of um, like you like imagine you guys both being like kind of like I don't want to say superstars, but like let's just because it's kind of very to the modern time superstar, but just like there there was something within your guys' selves, and perhaps you guys experienced this lifetime that you're dealing with together. I can tell you that I'm not psychic, but um yeah, like just in this life, it's like really about looking deep inside the self for both of you. With your both North nodes and Pisces. So remember everything I said about you. I'm gonna send you a voice message, just so if you guys watch this together. Okay, another voice message, Jay. So a lot of the stuff I said about you, I spent a long time on your chart. Um, Applied to your wife, who I have named AG. Um, and I just wanted her to know that for example, like the North Node in Pisces, you guys were born so close together. The Mars retrograde, um, a lot, and the Virgo energy I described is a lot. You'll see that there's differences, but like a lot of it does apply. So that's the synchronistic reason why um I did spend. But there's a lot of differences too. So yeah. Hey Jesse, well, I have to say, and yeah, if you want to dive, I'm messaging you. Okay, cool. I'll send you follow back too. Now that I've been your reading, I can follow you. No, fuck. Actually, I need to tell you also that too about the cussing. Also, I know that your kids are probably not going to watch the reading, but I think I've said the F word 3 times or 4 times already. Let me know over message if I should. It's never like in a bad way. It's always for emphasis. But yeah, just letting you know that. Um, in case, yeah, I don't know, in case they listen or they're in the room or something like that. Um, yeah, and you can also let me know if it's better that, but they're so young. They're, yeah, okay, it doesn't matter actually. I just checked their birth. I mean, I just like actually like, was like, yeah. But I'm just telling you that because even being born in 2018, I don't know. I guess the mind is around 3 to 5. It differs per child, but yeah. 1 second also. Sorry. Okay, let's reopen this. You know, yeah. You know when you accidentally open a message and then, yeah, seen, I just, 1 sec. Okay. Hmm. Hold on, actually, let me. Okay, I have returned. I have to take a pause for a second. Anyways, let's see. Okay, so let's just share this. I don't like how my hair looks. Leo rising, it's horrible. So, um, move my camera to the middle. No, wait, that's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's not what I want to do. That's not what I wanted to do. Mika, not right now. Sorry, Mika. Love you, but wrong timing. Okay. So, is it sharing? What happened? Okay. So, yeah, like I sent you the message, so that's good. So, lots of the same themes. Now with her, her moon, as you see it, falls like in your 11th house, and so it definitely makes you more social. It makes you more oriented towards your like major life goals, which is massive. Um, and her being a Sag moon, um, is extraordinary because it's very, very different. Um, it's very different, right? Um, very, very different. And it gives you like the Sag moon has this like this sense of humor, right? That's just so helpful. And she's also very gifted in naturally in like the esoteric and like kind of spirituality with her Jupiter, and very protected. She's very, very spiritually protected, right? You, my friend Jay, you have Black Lilith in 8th house, so you need to. That's something you need to constantly be working on is spiritual protection, especially with being a Libra, right? Where there can be boundary issues, right? Um, and So really for you, it's really important. Obviously who you're sharing yourself with, but just if you see that in your personality at all, to just know about it. Um, to just know. And to lean into the opposite sign of Aries, which is about like I'm doing me, independence, fierce independence. Like, like for both of you, there is a need for alone time, right? There is a need for alone time. Um, of course, you guys can lean into your spiritual journeys um, on your own, but they're different types of spiritual journeys, even though they're both, you know, like North Node in Pisces. Your wife AG is trying to also move away from the energy of um hold on 1 second. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. I just shit. One second. Okay. Two seconds. Okay. Cool. All right. That is that. I handle what I had to handle. Um, so yeah, lots of the same things, but she, with her Mars retrograde, right? So actually, let's start with this, right? So you guys both have theories also, which is like kind of like how you feel nurtured. Um, and to both have it in the same position, um, in Pisces is very, very significant. Um, it just means you guys both feel really nurtured by spiritual information, and you guys are you know very good at nurturing others with your compassion and with your intuition, your intuitive gifts, right? Now, I said, Jay, that yours is really in about like having very firm spiritual values in like meditate. It's very, very like around meditation, stuff like that, like strategies, um not just morals, but like things you can go to, right? In times of need. Now for AG, for your wife, it is on the midheaven. So what this is saying for her is that in past lives, there's been a tendency to stay too close to home, right? Um, and to have all these gifts, like I see witch energy, right? Um, on the IC like that, to have all these gifts, right? I mean, you guys both have South Node, but hers is closer. So she's really like witch energy, right? Um, yours is also like that in the eighth house too. You guys both have that, but like maybe you guys work together in some like occult kind of thing. But this is the thing: is that she stayed too close to home. She didn't allow her talents to be seen. She was too shy with these talents. Um, and she also allowed that whole self-critical, getting in my own way type thing to happen. Now, when we look at the rulers of the nodes, we're like, all right, well, it's ruled by Mercury. So where is Mercury in the chart? Well, for you, Jay, it's the ruler of your South Node is in retrograde. So it doubles down everything I've said, that you didn't speak when you need to speak, and with the Mars retrograde, you didn't act when you need to act. So in this life, you have this chart that's pushing you to act. And it's in the third house for Mars, Jay, went back to your chart a little bit. So, it's really about you finding your voice in a fiery way, but also determining the best way and the best strategies to find your voice and to act, right? It's like a mixture of like the throat chakra and the third chakra, the whole I can do it energy. But Cat Moons, the thing about you and like what you told me is that they feel happiest when they are doing something that is of benefit to society, which it sounds exactly like you kind of jumped right into it, and you loved what you've done. Now it's about just and also like with your work, like 12th house is also you know hospitals, dentists, like places like that, right? um so it's interesting too. um Now with AG, she her career could be very, very, or dharma, right? Like with midheaven and north node, you see that? Like midheaven in the ninth house, and yours is in the 11th house. That's wild. So um she's really like well, but it's in Sag, so you guys have a similar thing, where you guys are both, and this is the beauty of this, you guys are both really trying to find meaning. Like your career has to really like give you meaning, and that's probably why she felt just like so unenthusiastic about her previous work. And I'm guessing that it was kind of like a traditional thing, not traditional, You know, it was kind of just like, do this is what you're supposed to be. And then when she started questioning it, you know, she was like, I don't enjoy this. Why am I doing something? Why am I spending this amount of X amount of hours per week, you know, when I have kids, when I don't enjoy it? So for her, I believe that it is really about getting past. So for both of you guys, it's getting past any kind of self-limiting beliefs about yourself. And, you know, for her third house sun, which is very good for intelligence in Virgo, there can be this over analyzing. And that's also for you, Jay, with the Mercury retrograde. So you guys have so many of the same kind of like potential issues. So if there is over analyzation, right? And like being too critical of oneself, you guys can both be each other's teacher, each other's like the person that holds the other person accountable, right? And just getting away from perfectionism, like really like accepting that, you know, maybe today my best is 30 out of 100, maybe the next day it's gonna be 50, maybe next day 60, maybe next day 70, you know. um but like it's about, like I was just telling my brother about, like it's about getting back on the horse, you know. I already gave the example of the meditation. You know, it's like when that 11th day comes, right, and you fail, you just quit, or do you actually take that day, this is metaphor for everything in life, you know, that one little slip up that keeps you away from 100%, as, you know, do you like, do you take that, um like you can look at that as the main test. When that slip up comes, do you just say screw it and give up, or do you say, you know what, this is part of the journey. This is actually the journey. Is how will I react when my perfect plan or idealized whatever doesn't go as planned? So with your what AG, I'm just gonna call it, I was gonna, your wife, but I'm sure she's watching as well. So with your chart, AG, or A is nice. Um, you know, you're a natural healer. Um, Chiron the Ascendant is a natural healer, and you know, you have a very comfortable aura that people feel very very calm around you. You have a very healing energy. Um, Now I read what happened with the kind of the psychic attack, or I guess I'll call it that, and I find it interesting. Um, I find it very interesting. Very, very, very interesting. Because your South Node is on the IC, which rules the lineage, right? So, in a sense, like there's and Black Moon Lilith is there, so it's like you're kind of the bear of a lot of like your family's, um, you know, esoteric, metaphysical trash, I guess you could say, you know. Not that you like take it on, well, and it's important not to take it on fully, right? But you know, you could be the person that's really meant to shift things, right? To shift if there's a cycle that's repeated. But you know, I don't see what I saw in Jay's chart, um, which is, you know, like the sun and the moon. Um, you know, Virgo, well, energetically actually, like just elementally, they are square, just not by angle. So it's not as intense, but it is actually a similar thing. And you know, when I actually like the second that, when I talk about sun and moon, um, I actually prefer to talk about it elementally, meaning just like the signs, as opposed to the actual, like of course like the angle matters a bunch, right? The J is gonna be way more pronounced, but you know, you still have you know, your Sag moon and Sun in Gemini, which are signs that are 3 away from each other, which means that they are square signs, just like Jay, right? Jay's is Libra and Capricorn, right? Which is a cardinal. Those are cardinal signs. Don't worry about what that means. Basically, I always say don't worry about that means, and I kind of explain it. But it's very very like kind of like about doing things first and forthcoming, stuff like that. I'm not flushing your toilet, by the way. If you heard it, it's just to flush something down the toilet that I wasn't going to the bathroom. Basically, um, it was a liquid. But yeah, so yours is a lot easier though, regardless. Angle and it's mutable. So it's not so tough. But perhaps there was issue, perhaps there were family issues. And that you have one side that's very, very adventurous, right? And it's the same with Jay. Like the Libra side is very social, right? It's very, very, very about relationships, and the Capricorn sign is more hidden. And also, Jay, one more thing about your Capricorn moon, I know I keep coming back to you, is that it is, and you should totally find. If you remind me, I can find the article for you. Like they are, Cap moons are men are the men where they can be going through the worst shit, but like people expect them to be strong. And it's very hard to be vulnerable. It's super super hard. So I'm very impressed. But like that's what your chart's asking you to do is to do that exact thing. And right now it's like a huge time for it. But like another thing about Cat Moons and maybe you can agree with this is like if Jay's in a really like sad or energetically heavy place, you can be in a mansion, in a massive house, or just like just completely different ends of it, and you'll still feel that energy, right? Um, it's really heavy energy when it's not liquefied. But Cat Moons, like once they pass their Capricorn, their Saturn return, and their job, their career kicks in, that's when they feel it, and they feel like they're really giving back. Like they really feel like what I'm doing is helping people. That's when it's just like that the emotional need, right? But I just want to add that in there that like Cat Moons are the people that people count on to just always be strong and always be this and that. But yeah, it's really important to like learn to talk about your emotions. And on that note, you guys have. I'm not going to do a full synastry reading, obviously, but like if you guys want to do that, let me know. I would give you a very discounted rate. Um, but having the moon trine the sun, that creates that comfort, right? That creates that comfort. So yeah, um, for Jay to really express himself and feel very grounded by A. Um, and then the Sag moon, I think it just lightens up the mood. For A, having a Sag moon, you're all about freedom, but like you have one side, as I was saying before, that's very, very, very much about structure, about things being in order, like this, one could say it has a tendency to be OCD at a low energy, but a high energy, just very, 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 very honest, very loyal, like just very like real and very, very consistent. I love Virgo. My mom's a Virgo. My best friend's a Virgo. Like, it's just a sign that, is dear. It's close to my heart, and I genuinely think Virgos, not all of them, but the majority that I've come across are just very pure souls, and some of the most spiritual people I've ever met are Virgos. So, it's the opposite sign of Pisces. So that's why when I speak about your North Node and your biggest challenge, it's to let go of the little things that don't matter, and the self criticism, because you're a Virgo sun, right? So that's so it's to let go of that and to lean into the North Node. But now, with that said, though, with that said, um, this is what's interesting. It's 11 degrees though, and it's 11 degrees on each side. So this might not stick, but basically in A's chart, her sun is kind of opposite. It's like kind of conjunct the south node. So like kind of not. 11 degrees is pretty far, but and then square also. But then it's also, we're kind of stretching it a little bit too. So, but what that could potentially be saying is like some tough karma with the parents, but like it's like I don't know. That's kind of like a Hail Mary like pass, like not Hail Mary. That's one that I'm saying, and if it sticks, it sticks. But like it's kind of wide enough orbs to like not really. I mean, I don't know. It is sun and moon, but this is South Node we're dealing with. So yeah. So with A, it's really about having I don't like to use the word career, a dharma, like a outer life purpose that connects you with the divine, with that oneness, with that, but like really with truth. You are a truth seeker. Both of you are. Because J, you see, with a cursor, sun in the ninth house. And AG's north node is in the ninth house. So that is very significant because who J is naturally is really like the arena of life that Jay kind of like propels in, and works very well in, is very, very linked to where AGA is trying to get. Now in Placis it would be 10th house and it's conjunct the midheaven. So I would probably kind of be take also take a step back and say that you're really trying to find meaning and have if you do start like a new career, for example, right? Let's say like you handle your mothering responsibilities, and then you're like, all right, it's time for something. It's time for a new challenge. It's time for you know like I want it's time to, who knows, maybe this reading opens something up. I don't know. Maybe it's something you've been feeling and the reading validates it. That's you know very common. Um, or it's just not the reading at all. It's just life, or something, whatever. Um, Something kind of pushes you to be like, like I'm a Sag moon, I'm a fire moon. I like change. I like things to. I like variety in life, right? I like travel. I have an emotional need for wisdom and for traveling and for expansion, expanding my mind, right? And this is the Sag moon talking to you, so I know this stuff. So maybe you want to have a career that is less linked to the physical value and more linked to the metaphysical value, right? And something that through that, because like I said, you have talents that maybe you have or maybe you haven't. I mean, you guys did go to the Sedona thing, which gives me a clue, but you have major talents and you only really can really see them by practicing them, by trying tons of different things, right? So perhaps like your midheaven in Pisces is asking, with the north node there, it's asking you to do something that has a high metaphysical value, like psychology, you know, something that that relates to compassion, right? Because you have Pallas in Aquarius in the eighth, um, which is very, very, very psychic placement. It just gives one an ability to really see through. And oh, my cat brought me his ball. I'll go back to sharing the face. So it really gives one like this ability. It's an asteroid palette, right? It's like the third eye. Like it gives a very strong intuition and psychic abilities, right? Um, and just like this real ability to probe into the mysteries of life. And in Aquarius, it gives like a brilliant and insightful original mind where you can like grasp new ideas quickly, but like also there's like this future orientation, right? Um, and someone who fights for their ideals, like very humanitarian. So I think that like there could be something there. And then you have Neptune on the descendant, which is very interesting, right? And then your moon's in the sixth house. This is very, very interesting. So, okay. So where do I start? So, okay, I've already seen one sign of healer. Now I see, or so many signs of healer. I should go back to sharing because I want to point these out. Um, okay, so sign one, Jupiter 12th house in Gemini. That is someone who has what I call like a metaphoric flashlight to understand the collective unconscious, the zeitgeist, the energy of people around them. And then I already talked about the eighth house. That's or palace. That's two. North node in Pisces, right? That's three. Ceres in Pisces. That's four, right? The whole nurturing, feeling nurtured by like the compassion, spiritual stuff. Um, Chiron rising. That's five in Cancer, which is already a water sign, very compassionate and a great aura. Um, then being a Virgo, six. Virgo is all about helping, right? But the thing is that in past lives, you didn't take it to the public level enough to where you were helping like strangers. It was more about like your immediate surroundings, the people around you, your like family or like neighbors and stuff like that. And Virgo is earth magic. Virgo people are magical people. Um, not all of them. And of course, also Black Moon Lilith on the South Node, past life witch. Is that seven? Whatever it is. Then we continue. We see Moon in the sixth house in Sag. An emotional need to be of service, right? An emotional need to to um to have a life where where you're of service and where you really learn a lot, like where you're very dialed into your routine as a Virgo, but you want to experience higher truth, and you want to do that through your day to day. You want to experience, um, you want to have an emotional, expansive experience on the daily, right? So, in sixth house has to do with your job, occupation. 10th house is like career, but it's like your day to day, right? So then we have Uranus in there, right? So I have this placement. I'm an astrologer and therapist. I have 2 degrees in psychology. Thank you very much. But this is more related to someone who, as I said, this at 1:40 a.m., doesn't like people telling them when and how to do things. Very entrepreneurial. Um, and as a therapist or someone in the kind of helping profession, you're able to do that to an extent, to make your own schedule and whatnot. If you want to take on only 3 or 4 clients, of course you have to do school and all that. But this is life, right? Like my mom started acupuncture school after my parents divorced at like 40 something. Like how old was she? Yeah, 45 or something like that. It was So it's never in when you got that drive, which you get that Aries Mars retrograde, but still Aries Mars and that Sag Moon, which is fire, you can do that, you know, and you got amazing husbands. Um, so I think that there's karmic reasons to this, right? Is that you are meant, like, you have Venus in the second house. That's really good money karma, right? So you're not meant to like be going through money issues in this lifetime. Some people are meant to learn a lot of karmic lessons around money. It's not what it's showing me here. For you, it's more about um like and Jay, you have your fifth house Jupiter, so it's for you. It's also similar because fifth house Pluto. It's about express like learning how to express yourself creatively. That's another theme for both of you guys, right? Like really getting out of the shell, right? And Pluto fifth house is like it's been held back in past lives, right? So now, which goes with the theme I've been saying. So really letting loose, feeling like your life has like a very special creative purpose, and your chart's ruled by the moon in Sag. So also you need to travel, you need to see the world. You guys both do. You have a ninth house sun, so traveling is very important. Seeing different cultures, traveling physically and traveling metaphorically, as I say. This would be a metaphoric travel or something like this, or like a learn like wisdom. But yeah, so that's another one of the I forgot about number, Matt. And then you have Neptune on the descendant. So this has lots of meanings, right? So what was that, like 8 or 9 indicators of someone who's a healer, who can be a healer? And I haven't even like seen what asteroids might exist. I just bust that open just to see. Of course, I have to stare at the computer so close. You have angel on your Jupiter. That's beautiful. Angelic energy, and just like in the 12th house, so you're protected by your angels. It's wonderful. Um. Oh. Wait. Union on your sun. I don't know what that means. I just had union, but I think it's just, union is about a relationship, obviously. So just it's showing how, just like in your husband's chart, that relationship, marriage is very, very important and bringing you lots of joy, and very karmic in its nature, which should be clear. I'm sure if you guys got a compatibility reading, I would see tons of stuff that would suggest that. And just by Jay having his vertex and south node together with Venus, it's like that's all you need to know. Um Now looking, okay. Okay. Look at that. I was kind of wondering. I was like, I wonder. I didn't say it out loud, but Urania is conjunct the moon. That's the asteroid of astrology and astronomy and truth seeking. But it's really linked to the cosmos, the sky. So it's on your moon, exact conjunction, 0.07 away. So that's huge. And then of course you have to look at the midheaven, which has the north node, nothing. And then you have to look at the ascendant, which doesn't have anything. So it's a Chiron. So yeah. Um I think I really don't know what that means. But for yeah. So anyways, I continue. So yeah, I mean like I definitely could see you at some point venturing off and wanting to have a new career that teaches you about you know human psychology, and the truth, the that gets you closer to understanding you know higher truth, right? um Also, I want to say I found so with the child asteroid you have, Jay, it's about like kind of the inner child. It's like this innocence, that pure, raw, untouched, unfiltered side, but that gets frozen within us, right? So let me see if I can find anything with the Venus. So it says here on this site, it's weird that they put the conjunction with this opposition in the square. It says emotional or violent outburst, but the violent would be more if it was a square or opposition. Let's just call it emotional tension due to the inability to comprehend what you're feeling. So it's about the inner child, but it's on Venus. So how can that make sense? It's like the hidden fears. So I think it just speaks to like just the the Capricorn moon and the need to because you have to grow up and be like probably be the father at such a young age that did you get a chance to really be a child. So it's like about like and that's why your wife having a Sag moon, which is like the funniest moon sign, right? They're so lighthearted, they can find humor and optimism and everything. That's so good for you, right? And yeah, it really inspires you in your career also, as I said. But with A, yeah, so Neptune on her descendant, on your descendant A is very interesting because it's a very romantic placement, but it can also create lots of issues in love. Now you're married, so obviously like that's not presently something. But people who have Neptune on so the seventh house, the descendant is also like clients, right? So this is where I'm getting at, right? Is that it also like it also relates to clients, and Neptune is the planet of spirituality. So that is another clue that you might work well in a situation where you have clients that are spiritual and that are healing through your words. And being Chiron rising, you have this aura of someone that someone would feel safe um speaking to. And Virgos have that also, right? They have that innocence to them. That innocence and that you can look at Virgos and like I just can't think of like many Virgos. I know they exist. It's all trauma, but I just can't think of many I've come across where like I haven't been able to just like look at them and be like, I see good. You know what I mean? Even if they're like hurt. And maybe it's because they do look at everything so closely, Um, and there is that tendency to overanalyze. But yeah, it's very, very pure. But yeah, like getting past perfectionism is a very karmic thing for both of you guys, and a lot, and having a sense of humor about your failures, right? That's such a major test or a major beautiful thing. Um, so yeah. Um, mhm, okay. So that's second house Venus, very good for self-esteem. And Leo, that's someone who genuinely likes the nicer things in life. Um, Venus and Leo, it's not bad. I'm like that too. I like luxury, you know. I don't need luxury, but I do love it. I mean, I like it. I don't need it. I don't love it. Um, I like nice things, Um, but is it making? I forget. Let me see with my fix. Oh yeah, it's exactly square Pluto, 10 exact. So that changes everything. So I have that aspect AG, that's really difficult for self-love. So you guys both, what was yours again? It was Saturn, Uranus square, Venus. Yeah. So you guys both have aspects, right, that make I guess yours, Jay, is not really like an orb. It's kind of not really that effective. But there's other parts of your chart, like the sun square moon. It just makes self-love really difficult, right? Basically, AG, I have this exact same aspect. Yours is exact though. And the overall synopsis is that I imagine that before, if you know, like if you were like dating or whatever before meeting Jay, I don't know, how old you guys were when you met. Um, People who have that placement have a lot of issues with self-love, and until they combat them, until they reach that place of higher awareness, um they tend to go for like the more violent, like really like just bad types of partners. Like it's almost like they seek them out like unconsciously on purpose because of a lack of self-love. um and they'll turn down the good guy for the bad boy, and there'll be this just really dangerous cycle, of just putting yourself in bad toxic situations with toxic people until a certain point is reached where had enough. But it really comes from within. um Now, Mika, stop. Okay, fine. She always like what she wants. Okay, you're staying out there for 15 minutes, Mika. You need fresh air. Come on, Esme, outside. God, you ate a lot, Esme. The cat's a food addict. Should be a reality TV show. But let's go outside too. Fed. Oh, you want to play ball? Okay, go. So yeah. Basically, Venus is in Leo, but Venus, like in that position, acts more like Venus in Scorpio. A lot of times, there can be obsession. There can be things like stalking. A lot of times, I've seen in a woman's chart, like my good friend has this exact like you do, and she like has always been with like literally like like horrible men. She's an amazing person. Like where the police have had to get involved, like like just like some of the most like crazy stuff. Like not her necessarily getting like hit or anything, which I don't even know if she did, but more just like I don't know, just really just like yeah, just horrible guys. And it's because she hasn't learned to love herself yet, you know? And because she hasn't learned to love herself, she will always until she hits that point, she's very young, she will just go for those types, she'll be unconsciously drawn to people who don't want her, and that's kind of the energy. And with this, the very tough part, and such good fortune that you found Jay, is that Neptune on the descendant makes someone who sees someone for their potential, because you're such a healer. If you had like dating, like lots of dating or any dating experience before meeting Jay, it could have been very, very bad, where you may, for example, like have met someone who has a good heart, I guess you could say, but is completely in his lowest energy, right? um so, and right now I'm testing something. Tell me if you hear the noise, because I have these headphones, and I just want you guys, if you can tell me like over a message if you hear the noise that's coming from outside the headphones. It should be blocking it, but I just want to know that I just broke something, and I had a cat, so I have to do this really quickly. Okay. Not the coffee thing. They're outside now, but I can't risk my babies stepping on me that can hurt them. But it'd be really cool if you didn't hear this noise. But okay. I think I got everything else right here. Oh, and right here. Okay. So yeah, like with the Neptune energy, okay, good enough. I hope that more a little bit. Sure. That's some Virgo stuff. You know, the Virgo A will appreciate that. You know, she knows that you can't take risks and things, you know, need to be, you know, Virgo cares, you know, every, you know, it's not about like a sign caring more than others, but Virgo, it understands how every little piece connects, you know, but sometimes it's too analytical about that. But as I was saying, so that's the potential. And I don't want to go too far into that because you guys, you know, you guys are a wonderful couple, and at its highest energy though, you know, this is about yeah, like perhaps having spiritual clients in your work, um, and you know, really being able to have spiritual relationships with yeah with your clients and that really help them in that way. But yeah, the Pluto square Venus, just ugly when it comes to the self-love. It's just a really hard journey, especially, you know, like being a Virgo that can be so self like Mars retrograde also, you know, that can be so self-critical. And I think you guys both have that similar energy and probably both helped each ha help helped and continue to help each other so much. And both having the same North Node is magic. I mean, that's like one of the best indicators in relationships is like, you know, like how compatible are, and it's not like like a, you know, like if people have incompatible North Nodes, not the end of the world, but it's definitely, it's like, you know, where are you headed at your highest energy, you know? So if one of them, if you guys are both headed, like trying to head towards Pisces, it means that, you know, you guys are gonna feel good when you guys are going that direction, right? Um, but you guys are gonna feel bad when you guys are too much in the Virgo, too much in the material world, too much in the in the here and now, and worrying about little things that won't matter in, you know, even a month, that kind of stuff. It's about seeing the big picture. It's about trying out, you know, and as a Sag moon, you know, just being curious and just following that cat-like curiosity, but also not getting stuck in dogma. That's huge for Sag moon, is that like, especially once they like start learning something, like let's say it's astrology or psychology or whatever, like but like, you know, astrology is a good example because you do have the A has the that aspect, you know, Urania. um you have to watch out for that tendency, a Sag moon tendency, to like it's almost like I like spent so much time and I care so much about what I know and my perspective that I need to show everyone. Everyone needs to believe me. And if they don't, screw them. That's like the shadow of the Sag moon. That's just good to know about. Um, so moving on, I guess there's still stuff here outside. We'll just one, Mika. Moving on, let's take a look here. Okay, so that was that. So the Mars retrograde in the 10th house is just kind of doubling down on what I like a huge theme in A's chart is that but she kind of needs that push though. is that it really, it's like, it's, astrology has this beautiful way of, at least the way I do it, of saying the same thing in a different way, like in many different ways, right? Like, I don't know, like, for example, I just explained what I explained, but then at the same time, you have your Mars, which is in retrograde in the 10th. So it's really showing me that, there is a need to channel, to really, like, to really act in this lifetime, in career, in areas in career, in dharma, right? It's important to to um to not hold back, and to not allow any self-limiting beliefs to hold you back from that. So that's huge. Um, and with the other aspects, let's see. You guys both have, Libra, Mercury, so you guys can have very pleasant communication, which is nice, obviously, duh. To have the same Mercury as your partner is kind of like a godsend, because communication is everything. Even though Jay's is retrograde, perhaps A, really helps Jay kind of, yeah, kind of make sense of certain things, certain areas of life. And then it goes both ways in a sense. I just scared my cat on accident though. I'm trying to plug this thing in. Guys, come inside. Come on. Okay. Guys, come on, it's cold. So, but yeah, it's really important for A to understand that, she, her duty, she might, be in, like, mother mode. Come on, Felix, right now. And I'm not telling her, I'm not saying that, like, Felix, that, she has to be in this, do what I, like, that whole thing I was saying before about career. I'm not saying that's a must. I'm just saying that's what I see in the chart, is that it's, and a lot of times that south node energy, you know, it's the energy that doesn't feel natural, or that north node energy, excuse me, rather. It's the energy that doesn't feel natural, you know? Um, it just feels a little bit like foreign, because, like I said, it's a metaphoric mountain that has not been climbed in past lives. So there can be some pushback, but you really feel stagnant when you're, as I wrote in one of my recent articles, when you're stuck in your south node, right? When you're stuck in the past life tendency, that is not a bad thing. It actually represents, like, an area where you're so proficient in, that it's like, all right, we get it. You've done enough there. Like, for me, I have it in Leo. So I've been like a star enough in past lives, right? And it's not saying that I'm not meant to be a star in this life. And this is like kind of this kind of like plays into like what I'm trying to explain with your guys' chart. It's not saying you're not meant to be like people who help, and to aim for high standards and this and that, and to make money and be of service. No, it's just saying to not, like, go in the wrong way, in the wrong in the low vibration of that energy, which is perfectionism, self-criticism, nothing's ever good enough, um like allowing, like, little things that are meaningless to ruin, an otherwise perfect day or week or whatever, right? Just getting too caught up with, like, the mundane. So that's huge. Okay. Anything else? Let's see. Oh. So yeah, I mean, like, honestly, um, definitely a rebel. Like, you are Virgo, but you're a rebel. You also have Sun Square. Saturn. So I imagine that there's probably something with the father would be my best guess. So maybe that's an area where you guys bonded. Judging by what Jay told me with his with in the email. And but it's not always so easy in astrology to know which parent is which. In traditional astrology or Babylonian Hellenistic, it's the son is always the father. But from my experience and my practices, I've seen it to be kind of interchange. I don't know, like I've seen it to be interchangeable, especially in today's world. And I believe that there's this Western astrology has adapted to the Western times, where sometimes it's not always the mother who's the nurturer, or it's not always the father who's the dominant parent, who's the more masculine parent. In fact, a lot of times he isn't, a lot of times he's not in the picture. So that's how I see it. But either way, my guess would be that there's a big like push to kind of follow a reliable, like this is how you do it. You be a lawyer, you do this, you do that. But then also like a inborn innate rebellious nature that made you also, and it was probably like this growing voice of just like F that, oh, I didn't say F word. Now it's the sun, so it's not too wild. And you're really also able to act on your emotions. It's very nice to have a trine of Moon and Mars. So, your Sag moon can actually really help you, because your desires are linked to the actions that you must take. So, yeah, that's nice. So unaspected Mercury, very important. That makes someone who might talk a lot. Although you are a Cancer, with Cancer rising typically don't, though. That's the thing. So it could be more overthinking, and like it's in Libra, so it's like always balancing out. Like, should I say that? Should I say this? Should I say that? Should I do this? Should I or more say, or should I yeah, like kind of like overthinking communication. But an aspect of Mercury, but it's not being. It's like Mercury is your brain, so it's also like a very free thinker, right? But yeah, definitely someone who kind of beats to the beat of their own drum, and who's a free thinker, and who doesn't really feel held back by anything external when it comes to that, which is obviously a very good thing. That makes move on my spot. So, but then let's double check that. Sometimes it lies to me. Cardinal, Cardinal, Cardinal. Yeah, unexpected. Well, actually, let's see. The trines, yeah. Huh? No. How come you didn't show that? Wait. Yeah, there's a sextile with Saturn and Uranus, but why doesn't that show me that? Look, 1, 2. Yeah. So that's weird. But regardless, that's actually better. So somehow you see Mercury, it doesn't show me any aspects, right? But then when I actually look with my eyes, I see here is a sextile, which is a 60-degree, right? It's you use shorter orbs for that, but it's not doing much, right? And it's a positive one, and it just makes one very, very, very organized in their thoughts. It's actually super good for intelligence to have Mercury sextile Saturn. It links memory with intelligence, verbal intelligence and cognitive intelligence. So it's really good for having those two. FedEx, get out. FedEx out. Cat is just trying to destroy my water. Get your ball, FedEx. And then Uranus makes a free thinker, someone who isn't swayed by the how you're supposed to think and how you're supposed to be and blah 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 blah. Okay, and then we talk about that. Talk about this. So the Mars, where Neptune, and then yeah. So anger. I'm curious how anger is expressed with you, because that could be something where like the need to learn to express anger and to let it out could be a challenge. And also if there substances or something to be avoided at all costs. Because this could be poisoning this square. But oftentimes it kind of speaks to like from my clients at least, it's always been like the same thing, which no astrologer is right about, where it's like it's actually like a parent or someone in their family that had substance issues, so they always just like stayed away. Yeah, let's go back to cam mode. So interesting stuff. Interesting stuff for sure. And it's also like great for creative power, right? But yeah. And like someone who wants to stick up for the for like the underdogs in the world. Okay. So let's move forward. So let's actually go back to share because I just popped up in the kids chart. So now. So this is why I have to be in top form as I am tonight. To do these readings because I like to be in I like to do it back to back. I don't like to, I mean, I never have, and I don't think I ever will. I never have just did a reading halfway and then that's that. And then do the rest the next day. My memory, like yeah, like it's not that I have a bad memory. I just have a lot of energy that goes through me that makes it hard to kind of, I don't know. You get the point. It's better to just hit the iron while it's hot, whatever the saying is. Whatever that old saying is. But okay, so we got the Dolce & Gabbana son and the DG Dolce & Gabbana daughter. So the son, I'm just gonna call them son and daughter. Now I must actually pause for a moment. Okay, we back. That's only like 30 seconds. Or a minute. So okay. So I have no concept of time. Well, that's probably 2 minutes actually. No, whatever. Okay. So the son is the firstborn in May of 2018, and then the daughter in November, Scorpio. Wow, looks like your daughter has the exact same sun and moon as my girlfriend. So I know this energy. Of course, she has Chiron in her moon though. In different houses, but still. And the sun, a Gemini, with the moon hiding from me in Scorpio. That's right. So yeah, I remember they have the sun moon opposition. So right off the bat, let's just throw it out there that they have a really, really like good karmic relationship. Because as you see, your son's Jupiter is 16 Scorpio, is conjunct your daughter's exact degree. Literally, look at that 16.05, 16.06, the sun. And Jupiter is the most like benefic, lucky planet. And then the moon is right there too. And as well, I know, but you know, you guys have it too in your chart, right? Like for not just relationship astrology, like for romantic. Um, wait, am I tripping? Yes, I'm tripping. You guys don't have the sun moon because it's Libra, Capricorn. Yeah, I'm tripping. But like when a sun, you have a sun conjunct moon in synastry, it's like one of the best things for feeling comfortable around each other. And then Jupiter conjunct a south node, just like really good past life karma together. Now, um, what's really interesting though with the sun, the firstborn, is that he is a Taurus rising, but he has Uranus rising. So that is a big theme for him, right? And his south node is in Aquarius, conjunct Mars. Interesting. So he's supposed to be more Leo. So this is very different than you guys so far. But okay. Now, different yet not so different. I'm just kind of looking at some aspects of the karmic on the karmic level. Um, definitely a lover boy, but there's this energy, right? So let's just start with him. I'll pull him back together. So there's definitely this energy of being different. Right? But like there's definitely this push and pull between wanting to kind of be Taurus rising, which is kind of consistent and more about tradition, this, that, and the third. It's very, very smooth. It's a great, makes Venus rule the chart. That's why he probably has a very charming and just delightful kind of like energy to him. The highest energy of Taurus is heaven on earth. It just, yeah, like very, very nice. And first house Mercury, it's creating someone who likes to express themselves, honestly, right? And I've always thought Taurus to have like amazing sense of humor. At least as a sun sign. Mercury in first house definitely like loves to express himself. Now, this is the thing though. It's the push and pull between being like everyone else and being different. And that's gonna be a theme in his life. Now, he's a Gemini though, and it's in the second house. That's showing that theme again. Because second house is a house of Taurus naturally, right? And it's Gemini. So Gemini is very, very all about being different, right? It's a mutable sign, but the second house this is the house of Taurus. So it's more linked to what Jim I call it. It's more linked to like a second house sun person. Like it's very good for money, but they have to watch out for perfectionism. They have to watch out for caring too much about that side of life. in the material world. So that's another kind of split energy, but no tough aspects in the whole chart besides two. Wow. That I see, because I'll have to double check. Venus opposite Saturn and Mars square Uranus. Besides that, it's all like easy ones. Now, especially, so this is what's crazy about his chart. Is his sun's in in Gemini, right? His moon is in completely different sign, 5 signs away, quincunx. Although it's not elemental quincunx, but they just don't know anything about each other. These two signs, Scorpio and Gemini. This is a classic split chart. I just made that name up, but I'm gonna stick to it from what I see so far. And if you remember, Jay, this is something that you've had your whole life with your, both of you actually have had this with your sun square moons, right? Having to like deal with having like very, very different energies on the solar and lunar level. So he has that too. Now, what's very interesting though, so the Gemini part of him wants to be self-expressive. It's creative, it's fun. I just wrote about Gemini today. There's the high and the low vibe, obviously, but it's very social. And yeah, I mean, it's very, very curious, very dynamic and social and talkative and yeah, I mean, yeah, funny, as you said. Now this is where the empath part comes in. So he's got that, and he's very young. So this is like stuff that probably hasn't shown up yet. He has his moon in the deepest sign of Scorpio. So you should definitely read that article because Jay, the article I wrote was the difficulty in today's world for men with Scorpio, with Capricorn or Scorpio moons. And they were in parentheses or Pisces or Cancer. But mostly those two. I'll have some water. So you might ask, why those two signs? Well, because that is the detriment and the fall position of the moon, which means that the moon works best in Taurus. Well, it works best. It's works best in Cancer in dignity, and it's exalted, which is also really, really good, in Taurus. Now, does that mean that someone that has a Scorpio moon or a Capricorn moon is bad or they have a bad moon? No, there's no such thing as good or bad in astrology. However, there are more difficulties. And there is a beautiful thing, very beautiful. There are many very beautiful parts to this, though. This might be the best Scorpio moon I've ever seen for a male. Or I can't remember seeing a more fortunate Scorpio moon. Wow, that's crazy. Oh my goodness. So Scorpio moon is hard because you go straight into your shadow. Like from a young age, like a lot of kids' charts I've done, Scorpio moon, it's like they're asking about death and all these deep, deep things from a young age. Like my really good friend, her son is a Pisces with a Scorpio moon, and he's like asking for like the deepest questions about God, and he's like super young. Good thing she's like a extremely high spiritual person, like extremely, extremely high, so she can answer them or like kind of like you know not fold, I guess. But basically, So first of all, Jupiter's on the moon. So the moon Scorpio, it is like, yeah, like I said, you're very aware of the darker side of humanity and the darker side of yourself from a young age. And you experience that, and it can make one quite cynical and quite combative. There can be issues with power struggles. The lower side of Scorpio is manipulation, jealousy, control, obsession, things like that. But this moon is extremely well supported. When I say extremely, I mean extremely well supported. So Jupiter, the planet that gives perspective, that gives luck, that gives just all good things, right? Luck, expansion, perspective, knowledge. It's just a really good karma to have that on your moon. He has it on his moon in Scorpio. So a lot of Scorpio moons, they get stuck in their emotions, right? They feel so deeply. So they are empaths, deep empaths, but they swing like back and forth between like insane, intense mood swings. Now, having Jupiter there though, that makes that a lot more tame, right? It makes it a lot easier, right? Because there's more perspective. So he might, at an older age, of course, feel so much that then he'll have a deeper understanding of why he feels that way, right? And this isn't the only one. So then, well, what else can I say? And the Jupiter is retrograde in Scorpio already makes a very deeply philosophical person and someone who is interested in the undercurrents and the things, the truth, higher truth. Like you guys both had that in your chart in different ways, right? They want to discover, they want to know. This together makes a very generous and expansive emotional nature, right? And even as most Scorpio moons can be quite pessimistic and cynical, it makes someone quite optimistic, so it balances it off. It makes an adventurous person, someone who wants to learn, who has an emotional need for learning. So you could be looking at like a very creative person, a very creative person, someone who is super curious about the world and people and psychology and who knows, maybe even astrology. I don't know. Never know. Now, aside from that, the moon is exact trine Venus. Now that's like whoa. Because it's 9.18 and 9.53. So the Venus in Cancer is the lover of, and it's cute for you guys to have a kid that has Venus in Cancer because he loves his family. Like always. Like Venus in Cancer people, they love their family. They love doing things with their family. They love the home life. They love that security, I don't know, just like I got the image of like the fire burning in the cabin, like close to the family, that kind of stuff, right? Now the trine with the moon, which is exact, is very good for relationships, for harmonious relationships, and for being able to have, this is way future, obviously, a very good, like kind of, what's that the word, like give and take in relationships, because some Scorpio moons can be a little bit dominant, right? So this will ease that. And it's just, it gives us this talent of like being able to really put people at ease, very harmonious. And there's this whole creative part, so this is very key. Now I think your son's extremely creative, and I would highly suggest enrolling him in different activities that he can try a lot of them and see which one clicks for creativity, because he has the, may I dare say, potentially the best aspect for creativity, which is Venus trine Neptune. We'll get into that in a sec. But basically, with this one, besides that, yeah, it's just another great one for, you know, creating beauty. And seeing beauty in the world, right? Even in the depths, the Scorpio depths. It gives very, very like amazing artistic and creative talents. Now, then there's also Venus trine Jupiter, which is another one of the best aspects, which amazing aspect. And that is just so good, once again, at putting people at ease. It's great for popularity. Very like it's this contagious enthusiasm. And it makes people lucky in love, lucky in money, lucky in love is the catchphrase. And just in general. And there's like these larger than life ideas that tend to pay off. Like it can be like a very, very, very ambitious person. So then we look, okay, what else is the moon doing? It sextiles Saturn, which is a nice one. Because that gives one the ability to balance their emotional needs with their duty to others and to his Saturn is around the midheaven, so good for success, and it's Pluto in the midheaven. Wow, that's in Capricorn. I'm telling you, I'm calling right now. Kid's gonna be rich. And I am, full disclosure, using the Swedish chewing tobacco. Just telling you guys, I don't get addicted to tobacco, but I call it the sexy kind, or nicotine. It's not tobacco; it's nicotine. So yeah, Saturn and Moon, like it just makes one like very thoughtful, and someone who can really build a very respectful place in society for themselves, right? So it's really, it makes one feel very, very reassured. Now with the Neptune one, it's like a beautiful, like how, wow. Let me just double check on my eyes. Wait, hold up a second. Yeah, okay, good. There is a square with Mars though, and with the nodes. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, but okay, I'll get into that in a little bit. But basically, with the Neptune, that makes someone super intuitive, super gentle, um, very just they understand like other people's feelings naturally, even at a young age. So sensitive to other people's feelings, right? Um, and it's like amazing once again for creative and artistic talents. But they need to make sure that they do not over idealize other people, right? That's like the one thing, but it's really, really a beautiful one. Um, and then Neptune and Venus, um, like I said, that's the combination of inspiration, which is the Neptune, right? Like the imagination, which is in Pisces, which is like obviously like indignity, like the best. So that's like the inspiration, dreaminess, like the ideas like that come from wherever, linked with like Venus, which is the actual, like let's say he's a painter. That inspiration is Neptune, and the actual painting is the Venus. So, or the singing is the Venus, and the inspiration for the lyrics is the Neptune. That's wonderful. Now, with the square to Mars, the Moon in Scorpio square Mars, because that's a little bit of a tricky one, and it's also square the south node, the nodes. So that actually typically means difficult karma with the mother. Just gonna say it. Um, but it's not limited to that, right? Um, go back to this. But yeah, it can definitely create that. Um, and And the square to Mars, Moon and Mars, it can make someone a little bit like short-tempered, although like a lot of these other aspects kind of push that away. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely a need for an outlet, a need for an outlet. And having Uranus so close to the ascendant, like they will want to be like, you know, like I said, it's that split between wanting to be different and wanting to be the same. But like now that I see the rest of the chart, I'm like, okay, well, definitely it's more leaning towards the different, Um, but like Moon and Mars, it gives us insatiable need to meet the desires, right? So it's like super like just like emotionally attached to what that person wants. It's very ambitious and dynamic and fighting spirit energy, but it can be short-tempered. So very, very passionate, that learning to ground oneself is very important. But the good thing though is that there's no fire. Well, not good, but like for this, there's no fire in the chart. So because of that, he's more of a empath. Um, so he's less likely to have those types of lash outs, right? But it's really important for him to not bottle up his emotions, his Scorpio moon, to really like figure out a way to let them out, to speak about them. Very important. And to understand that you know, that it's not weak to do that. So yeah, the relationship with the mother is really important. Really, really important. If it's a good one, then a lot of the difficult parts of this can go away. But like, yeah, having like some kind of sport fitness type thing is really important. Also, when you lack fire, meditation, breathing techniques, all that stuff to kind of ground. But like, there's a natural tendency to kind of shoot first and ask questions later. But like I said, it's just like there's not fire in the chart. So when you don't have fire in the chart, it can make it, even though there's so much ambition, fire is what jumpstarts things, right? So this is um where the mother's Sag moon comes in to help, because she has that fire. And she has more fire in her chart. So she can really embed that in him, because he also has Chiron in Aries, which can actually make one, like it can kind of make one feel like they can't be assertive, like they have issues around assertiveness and around like kind of putting themselves out there in that way, I guess you could say. Um, Shyness, or like a lot of times they're such old souls that like they didn't like, so it's really important for him to like have fun and to express himself. But this is the interesting thing. This is why I know he's an advanced soul. Is his North Node is in Leo, like mine. And I'll get to that in a sec. But yeah, so the square with the moon and the nodes, so we call that a skip step. There can be unresolved karmic issues with the, not just the mother, with the family of origin. Um, but really with the emotional body in general, right? Um, so yeah. And there could also be unresolved gender issues, like where maybe he was a female in recent past life. And there can be like a suppression of the feminine, even though he has so much feminine energy in his chart. So that's very important for him to be able to express that feminine part, to find ways to do that. Or, like I said, he could just identify a lot more with the feminine energy, if that's like what, you know, he's, you know, if he's been a female in recent incarnations. Or yeah. So going back to kind of the whole family karma thing, right? Is that you guys are all helpers. You guys have all been past life helpers, right? His south node is in Aquarius in 10th house. So he was someone who actually gave a lot, but had trouble. He gave so much of himself. So this is kind of like everyone in this family kind of has that, where it's like accepting being able to be the star a little bit. If that makes sense. North Node in Leo, actually it's the opposite way I have. I have South Node in Leo. I have a lot of clients that have that, who are older, obviously, and they always speak to this like struggle of accepting the role of like the star, the metaphoric star, you know. But it's important for him to really lean into that inner child, you know, to not kind of go past that, you know, because having no fire in your chart and your north node, which is of course the destiny point in fire, is really linked to just the need to what do you gonna call it? What you gonna call it? You know, the need to find authentic self-expression in this life and to find a way or ways to get all that Scorpio moon energy out in a creative way. Now, this is interesting because the mother has Pluto in the 5th, so she has a similar karma in the sense of like needing, and it's a Sag moon, needing to like express this kind of more fiery part of her, right? But all of you guys have this need to understand that you're, so far 3 of you are all natural givers, but to not let that get in the way of your own creative journeys. So for him, it's like really important, you know, to, and also this speaks again to like the whole gender thing, right? Because 10th, 4th, yeah, it can totally be like a need to kind of like balance out the masculine and the feminine. In this case, it's like it's about going more towards the masculine, right? And that's done in the 4th house through going deep in the emotions and not repressing. That's like a key of this chart, is not repressing and finding creative outlets through which that can be done. Now, having Mars in Aquarius, I have that also, so I know this one very well. It's kind of like and especially as a Uranus rising, it's kind of like a genius, outside the box type thinker, right? Someone who is inventive, someone who's ahead of their time. So to have that in the 10th house is very interesting, because the midheaven, which rules career, right, is in Capricorn with Saturn really strongly placed, which gives really, really good energy around meeting like having success in career, right? It's the best place you can have your Saturn is conjunct midheaven. But also Saturn the 9th creates astrologers. It creates people who astrologers or truth seekers, people who have a serious approach to understanding the truth of everything. And as a Gemini, that versatility, you know, can come into hand. but it's important as a Gemini for him to not be scattered and to not try so many different things and 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 uh and yeah, to not try so much, but then not get far, like not get far in any of them. It's about and that's what the mother can really teach with her Sag moon is the, you know, the idea of being kind of choosing a few main areas of interest and sticking to those. With that said, this 10th house is very strong. There's a lot of duty, you know, in midheaven, in the sign of Capricorn is someone who is really wants to give back to the world, you know, who really wants to succeed. Now there might be some setbacks to that. Let's see. It's a pretty good aspect, actually, if you ask me, to midheaven. But yeah. Another thing though, with the moon in the 7th though, is the need to watch out for codependency in relationships later in life, and to not take too much of the emotional what do you call it, the emotional success that one feels in their life, or to take too much of the, like, to be too much about relationships. That's important too. And yeah, Venus squares Saturn, so that's a difficult one. You can see here that can create issues with self-love. And it can make it so the more important relationships don't come until like later in life, around the Saturn return, 29 and a half. Not to say that that, like, you know, he'll have, like, you know, lots of, like, it really has to do with the work, right? But what can happen, and a lot of the other charts kind of push this away, things in the chart push this away, but it's like it can be like kind of issues with showing, with being vulnerable. That's the same thing, and showing love to other people, right? But like, it's all about the childhood experiences with the parents. And with the square of the South Node, if the mother has a really, really beautiful relationship, even despite if there's any clashes, then it really makes that way, way easier. But a lot of people who have this feel like they were unworthy of the love, their parents' love. And as a Scorpio moon, there's such a deep need for, like, being showered with love, right? Showered with love and being present, like that closeness, right? So yeah, it's not always bad. But yeah, it's all about developing compassion for other people and self-compassion. And going back to Jay's chart, you know, the whole value system thing, developing very strong values. And then when it integrates, it creates someone who can have very long-lasting, successful relationships that are very, very karmic in themselves. But I would look at this and think, okay, well, there could be like a, you know, got like an obsession with career. Pluto in the 9th is very interesting, and then there's Black and Lilith there too. So it's like very interesting. Wow. Like, that just makes one very powerful in their chosen career, and they can and I think Jay, you had 10th house Pluto, yeah. So someone who can really, like, have like a very transformative effect on other people in the world. So it's someone who makes a better leader than a follower, someone who wants to work for themselves. In seventh house, like I said, you know, about the mother is that it is also, clients. So it could be a psychologist, something like that. And that also, enables you to kind of, as I said before, create your own destiny. But yeah, like a career where you can like dive in, where he can like dive into like the human psyche. So it's like super like I see psychology. Um, yeah. But then Black Moon Lilith, sorry for the spitting, is there too in Capricorn, and that is where you got to watch out for being overly domineering in the path to success, right? Overly it's not a planet, it's just a potential. And also um a little bit dogmatic, right? Um so like my truth is the only truth type thing, right? Because he'll have a very different life philosophy than people around him, most likely, right? Um, so it's really about, yeah. I mean, it creates a great teacher, like all this energy, but yeah. And then in Capricorn, it can create someone who has issues with control and always has to be in control, and in charge. Um, very responsible, right? Which the chart shows Saturn there. Um, but sometimes they don't know when they need to let go, right? And they might impose themselves their will too much on other people. Um, and it's all about like learning to work in teams, because the Scorpio moon can have trust issues with like people around them. Um, and he's most likely like the Mars in Aquarius, like I said, it's a genius energy, which is connected to the South Node. So yeah, I mean, he definitely will have something that others don't. So it could be a very like unique kind of career or wave, niche in career that he chooses. Um, so yeah, just the whole thing about control, which goes back to the Scorpio moon and power. So like really understanding like what true power is. It's not how you impose yourself on others. It's spiritual power. It's found within yourself, and that is what needs to be taught. Um, mhm. Such a rebel though. Mars square Uranus. I mean, that is, you know, um, he definitely needs to have like a physical like sports for sure. He needs to like get that volcanic energy out. Even though he doesn't have fire, he has lots of fiery aspects, right? So there's a lot of energy. Um, and it's like this one can show up as someone who's so rebellious that they might go to great lengths. Like even let's say that there's like choice A, choice B. Choice A is like the one that people are telling him to do, and it's like objectively better. Still might choose choice B. Um, but it's really good for leadership, especially like in a career where there's like a level of courage that's needed. Um, and it's an accident prone aspect. Someone who might take too many risks that are unnecessary. So it goes back to that moon square Mars. So the Mars here needs to be looked at and understood. And yeah, like getting him into meditation early would be amazing. I know a lot of clients' kids who are doing that, and that would be one of the best things possible for him, especially with the Scorpio moon. And yeah, finding ways, avenues to communicate about emotions. Okay. Yeah, then just so much like the Mars also trines the sun. So that just gives like great drive and great courage. Someone who can like express themselves with confidence, achieve their goals, like have the energy to achieve their goals. It's definitely a leadership like big for leadership. So yeah, it's about when he is a leader, um, to learn about power and working with others. Now, Neptune 11th is interesting because he'll really want to have like very spiritual friends, humanitarian friends, and like a life goal that's like more centered around helping other people, you know. Maybe joining organizations that are, based on compassion, and yeah. So okay. So the third house Venus also creates a very harmonious relationship with the siblings. So that's nice. And it's in Cancer already. So I see that. I already saw that, like, just being very good. We'll see what the daughter's chart shows. Yeah, and it just creates like an emotional need for financial security. So just making sure that there's not an obsession with that and perfectionism again, right? Um, okay. So when love comes around in relationships, it's for sure that he will be interested in a partner that understands the depth that he has, um, who also is giving him a sense of emotional security and safeness, like he can express himself fully around this individual. As a Scorpio moon, he might prefer more one-on-one, just in general, like friendships, and just be more of a one-on-one type of person, but very driven. And yeah. So I was saying Chiron in Aries, yeah, fear of asserting oneself, um, which sometimes can like show itself as someone trying to like always be first, um, at everything. But yeah, I mean, it can make someone like a pioneer in, whatever way they give back to humanity. And in 12th house, this is a tough one because that is about suffering from like deeply buried spiritual wounds. But it's karmic because it's like all about through the exploration of those that leads to the potential to be a spiritual healer. It's like a catalyst, right? So some people have that, like it can be like be like afraid of the dark, but yeah, really the Aries one stood out. Um, okay. And yeah, one other relationship thing is that he'll really honor and care about someone who has courage and who's not afraid to be themselves. And then Ceres and Leo like just feels nurtured, and nurtures others through that warmth and that creativity and that inner child energy that has to be pushed forward, right? um but really someone who cares for their family a lot. And yeah, it's a very deep attachment to the mother, which is interesting why it's like the square. And then Leo, yeah, it's like loving to be praised, and encouraging others by praising others, and encouraging people to take creative risks and to have fun. So interesting how it all connects. Let's see, daughter. So here, one second. So here, another chart with very few hard aspects from what I see. Now we have a Scorpio with a retrograde Mercury in Scorpio. So Moon in Aries, just like my girlfriend. Yeah. So, and then rising in Pisces. Ooh, wow. With Neptune rising. So nice. So this is a really interesting one. Still appear and she has Venus on the mid. Oh, wow. And Jupiter on the midheaven. So much luck and expansion in career. Like Jupiter and Venus, I'll show it, are on the midheaven. So that's massive. Um, and a theme in your guys' family chart is no hard aspects to the moon, which are the most difficult aspects. Let me like see with my eyes. Yeah. Yeah. Um, but what's interesting though is that she also has that square with the moon or with the nodes. So it's the same thing that I was saying before about like the karma with the mother, or with the changing of genders and all that. Because on the surface she'll appear very feminine. She's like my cat Esme, right? Who has um oh, she was here. She's running around. But she has the same ascendant with Neptune on it, right? So it's this real this just angelic faith, and this very feminine divine feminine energy. Um, and you said so much power in her. You were right. She is a Martian, but she appears to be a Neptunian. So what does that mean? Neptunian is very smooth. It's very compassionate. Um, that's kind of her external, right? Is the Pisces and Neptune. But then she's a powerful Scorpio sun in the ninth house with a Aries moon in the second. So Aries moons are extremely independent, as you said. You're right on. Well, of course you're right on. You know her. Yeah, and very feisty. It's Aries moons have to watch out for anger issues. For sure. Okay. I was just rereading. Yeah. Very feisty, doesn't like taking directions, but we love her for it. She's also a very sensitive soul. And you did say about your son that he can be very hard on himself when he doesn't succeed at something. So I did pinpoint that. That need to kind of like understand that Scorpio moons can be really hard on themselves. So he needs to like be able to let those parts out. But with her, like, okay, so women with Aries Moons are spiritual warriors. They can get knocked down, they will get back up. Like they are powerful. It's a very so it's like a very masculine energy, which is interesting because your sun has more of a feminine energy, right? But here, look at down here, all that fire. Um, it's it's a very angelic outside personality. Like her personality, very giving, very, very compassionate. But you don't want to mess with her. That's for damn sure. Do not want to mess with her. As a Scorpio, does Mercury do anything? No. There's Neptune. It trines. So you got two creative, super creative kids. Because she has Mercury retrograde in Scorpio. So that it's important for parents to know that children with Mercury retrograde don't always do the normal schooling isn't always the best route for them. Sometimes they have different kind of ways of learning. They are more right-brained, abstract, than this like very Capricornian school system. But when it comes to the arts, when it comes to, creativity and that type of intelligence, and I'm not saying that she doesn't have, the other type. I'm just saying that, like Mercury retrograde, sometimes they can feel very misunderstood and they can overthink things a lot. But she's a deep thinker, deep, deep thinker. And interesting that her Uranus is in the third, which would kind of speak to having a unusual relationship with her brother, maybe a very psychic one, where they kind of intuitively know like where they're at all times, which I see. But there's lots of elements here, right? So the Scorpio Aries needs, once again, just so it's a theme, right? We're seeing a theme here. Needs to learn about power because they have a lot of it. So with great power comes great responsibility. Now, there's a theme in your guys' family about higher learning, which is shown again in her chart through her 10th house, midheaven, Jupiter, Ceres, Venus, Pallas, all in Sag. So that's one thing I'll talk about a little bit. But and also wow. So South Node conjunct Saturn. So she has a past life karma of being like a boss. So success is not something that's like, like it's in South Node in Capricorn, so it's very opposite to your sun, because she might resonate a lot more with masculine energy, right? And maybe there's that same energy where maybe in recent past lives, each of them were different genders, perhaps. So, as I was saying, on the outside, it can be very, what's the word? Very, yeah, very, very like Piscean, peaceful, angelic. But then there's this real Martian. Mars is about fighting. It's about not fighting physically. It's about it's that leftover animal instinct within all humans, right? And so to have that, it's like what you see is not what you get, right? Um, and even her like so much wisdom. Like it's so philosophical, this whole family, right? It's so much about like learning, getting deeper, but the karma is very different. Like with you two and then with the kids, like for like the North Node journeys, right? Because you guys are trying to become more spiritual. So for her, it is kind of like that, but it's like she's trying to get more in touch with her feminine side karmically, right? Because her South Node conjunct Saturn in Capricorn, literally in the 11th house, means that there's like a past life tendency of being like the patriarch or the matriarch or whatever, just like the boss. Um, but then a big goal for her is to lean into her feminine side in this lifetime, right? Despite having very masculine moon and sun. Well, actually, no, masculine moon. The sun is in Scorpio, it's a feminine sign, and the ascendant's in Pisces, which is a feminine sign. But I digress. I mean, Scorpio is, feminine, but it's Mars ruled, so it's kind of a caveat, right? Um, so she'll be very, very powerful spiritually, emotionally. Both your kids will understand the undercurrents and be natural psychologists with great, great emotional intelligence. Um, Now for her, this is what's interesting, and what I'm kind of like, what the follow up will have to kind of like help us understand. By the way, you definitely have to like take notes on this because if you think I'm gonna remember however many hours of this talk, I mean, when the charts come up, I'll remember it, but like it's very important to take notes, and I'm gonna send you that voice message right now. Hey, so one thing, I'm like nearly 4 hours in, I think. But I said this like at this point in the reading, but really important for you guys for the follow up to take notes and to really like take your time with everything because there's a lot of information and it's like impossible for me to like remember like everything I've said, Of course, when I see the charts, it'll come back to me, but like the key themes to really write them down and really kind of think about them with how they relate to the experience. So that's really important in this process is it's a two-way street. I give you the astrology info, but then it's up to you to kind of like take everything I've given you or I provided. So and then take it in and make some key notes and to you know it's like a puzzle we're both um putting together. That makes sense. Okay. Okay. So, yeah. As I was saying, what was I saying? Yeah. So I was saying a lot of things. Um, Yeah, so there's definitely this a lot of energies that I need to talk about. So Moon is trining Venus, which is another, like, I think your son had that too, right? Yeah, he did with his yeah, he had that too. So, you know, this trines this. So that's really good for creative self-expression and kind of the more, it brings more harmoniousness to the moon in Aries, which can otherwise sometimes be a little bit angry. But good thing that Eris is far away from the moon. That's good. Chiron's on the moon though, which we'll talk about. Now, where do I want to go? Yeah, so just with the Scorpio Aries is the idea of revenge, the idea of when someone wrongs you, what do you do, right? So it's this idea of power, of like that I was saying earlier, right? That has to be really reinforced, um, because the tendency for a Scorpio Aries, it's like kind of like don't fuck with me energy, you know? And especially, but like the thing that makes it like a lot easier is the fact that the rising is the way it is. But there is a little bit of not difficulty, a little bit of potential problems with that, and that's Black and Lilith in Pisces, which I'll talk about little by little. Let's go one step at a time. But as I was saying, um, definitely in Mars and Libra, really, really, really good for in the eighth house. So it's a difficult placement overall, but it's really good in the eighth house for kind of like pushing her psychological power within, and wanting to learn about the esoteric and how, like, kind of the psychological underpinnings of everything, and how, like, kind of the truth seeking, which is like your whole family. It's like very, very like knowing the real reality is like all over in everyone's chart. Also traveling, right? She's a ninth house sun. So, traveling different cultures, learning different wisdom is going to contribute a lot to her, to her growth, right? To her life purpose. Now, with there can be lots of misunderstandings though. And with the Mercury retrograde, we like, once again, it's like in this case it's different than in your chart, in Jay's chart, because in this case she, it's like they kind of spoke too little or spoke too much, and it's 22 degrees, which is a tough degree, um of Scorpio, right? It's actually on Serpentis, so she's really gonna have to really look at that area of life. Go back on my camera. Around control and around revenge, if people wrong her. And I'll open one thing up here really quickly. I haven't looked at any notes or any of like my notes, but there's one thing I want to pull up. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I guess the thing with Mercury retrograde, it definitely turns the mind inwards. So people can like go like overanalyze, like go over events over and over and over, and it's very subconscious. And they can absorb the essence rather than the details. And Jay, you have this too. Um, and that's kind of why some of them like will do lower on standardized fact-oriented tests. Um, so um, a lot of times, so this is very important, is that the child with this can be like made to believe or told that they're less intelligent than they really are. But it's really they have a different learning process, right? Um, but they're really capable of tapping into the collective unconscious, right? And in this deep scorpionic depth. Um, like they know more than they can consciously communicate, right? So that can create some frustration. Um, which can lead to like preoccupation with the form of the ideas and creating barriers to the essence of the actual knowledge, right? So it's really important to have creative outlets, as I said, that require non-verbal communication, music, painting, all those things. And a lot of musical geniuses have Mercury retrograde, right? Um, so I just wanted to kind of put that one in there. And yeah, Mars and Libra, the like is no, I'm not going there yet. So that's important. No, yeah, okay. Second. So having Serpent disconjunct Mercury can make one be accused of things, and it can kind of like through the cognitive process um they just really have to watch out for like the lower energies of Scorpio coming out, you know. Um Let me see one other thing. But it's also really like really based in magic, you know. Um Looking for something on the internet. So it can be really good for healing. Like if she gets into healing, but it's also like about transformation because like the snake's ability to transform and renew themselves, right? And that's what Scorpio is all about. So she will be someone who is very powerful, lots of wisdom, but has to watch out for that snake biting, you know? And yeah, very important. And that goes with, with the sun and like just Scorpios in general, it's like this goes for both of your kids, death, rebirth, transformation, right? So they will both go through these drastic periods, like these epochs in their life where it's like they will look at themselves in the future and be like, wow, I was like, it was almost like there's an actor or actress playing me at those different times as I changed so much. So they're both going to be like grow a lot, but the thing is that's cool is that they're similar in that sense, right? So with her, um, she has like this really deep connection to the collective unconscious and to the spiritual realm. They both do. But going back to like what I was saying earlier about her passive energy is that she has been the boss. She has been like the person in charge. So she might take some of that, and it's very masculine energy. So she might take some of that into this life. Um, and that goes back to the control thing, so learning to not like have to control everyone and everything. Um, and Aries moons can get feisty if it's not met. So like the North Node in the fifth house in Cancer is really about um it's really about yeah, leaning more into the feminine through artistic means, right? Um, and Moon in Aries conjunct Chiron is about like sometimes there's like not feeling safe in their life, in their emotional life. Like a lot of times, which is weird saying this, it's like the behavior of a parent that left deep wounds in their soul. Um, um, so yeah, it's once again extremely important that they're both given tons of attention and taken care of and nurtured in the best way possible. And that sounds obvious, but like really, really, really. Um, because a lot of people who have this, clients of mine, they say, yeah, like I didn't get the nurturing I needed. And I was lonely when I was younger and stuff like that. Um, and there can be trauma related to the mother in early childhood. Um, so it's very important that the mother heals any wounds that she has because it can be passed on, right? Um, but yeah, usually it's about abandonment, which is super interesting. Which isn't it? Hold on. But this is the thing that's very interesting. Yeah, I mean it's square the note. So it makes me think that this abandonment is from past life. Um, that would make more sense, right? But some people with this struggle with feeling like they're worthy of love. Um, and can bottle up emotions, right? So and difficulty with communicating their needs and like I said with your son, right? Like huge need to like be able to express emotions and get to them because it's hard to get to them, right? Um because like a lot of people like tend to like kind of like hide their feelings and needs um and be very isolated, which goes so yeah, just have that in mind, right? Um like shower them with love. That leads me to my next point, which is the first house, which is, with Pisces and Neptune and Black Moon Lilith. Now that's beautiful, everything, right? I mean, the Pisces risings, they are like chameleons, right? They usually are more shy, but what can happen is that they can sometimes cling on to the energy of other people too much and idealize other people too much, right? Um, and go with the flow too much. And that's also with the Mars so this is the thing with boundaries. So that's something that's really important for her is boundaries because Mars in Libra is very indecisive. And having Mars and Pisces as parts of your chart or Libra and Pisces can create boundary issues. So yeah, it's very imaginative, affectionate, but also very impressionable. So it can also make someone feel very misunderstood, especially when the way that they appear is very different than their kind of their moon, their emotional nature, which is fiery and wants it needs adventure and independence and pioneering, but also Chiron on the moon means that she's a natural healer. Um, yeah, so super sensitive to people and to the environment, and there can be like psychic gifts, but like it's all about learning to rely on those. A lot of people who have this, they push those away and they think, oh, that's just my mind being weird, like with the Mercury retrograde. So it's very important to let them know that no, that's not that. That is a gift you have, and listen to that. Listen to your intuition. If you feel something in your body, that's off, or you just feel like something's off, like follow that, and no matter what anyone says. Because with Black Moon Lilith there, and this goes to what I was saying before, is that that's kind of like the shadow, right? And that is like escapism, right? And isolating oneself. So, it's very important. And they like also like the potential to shy away from deeper connection because they just feel too intense. Um, so yeah. Um, yeah, I think of that as like yeah, potential escapist tendencies, but it's in the first house. Um, so what can happen there is like when they're happy, everyone's happy, but then they don't realize like the effect that they have on people around them. Um, and it can be like lashing out when upset, the whole Scorpio thing, and then leading to like the withdrawal of like withdrawing from the company of others. But both of them, have this need for alone time because the Scorpio, right? And Pisces here. So she definitely like she's especially the daughter, she's very, very like she takes in so much and they both do, right? So there is a need for her to like kind of have alone time to kind of like, you know, let things kind of untangle and find herself in that. Um, but yeah, and it goes with her North Node in Cancer, right? Um, which is the quest to kind of you know get deeper with your own like on like deeper with your like with expressing your emotions in a very honest way. Um, and then being able to like nurture others with that, right? Because there can be a past lives where they have to work really, really hard for people's respect, and that was like what they really cared about a lot, right? Um, but because of that, they could have hidden or not like gone far enough into their emotions. There could have been like too much of like the external success life, which is still going to be prominent, right? Just naturally. Um, Third house Uranus is so genius. It's like just like such a quick original thinker. It's like one of my like I forget what the post I made was. It was like placements of not genius of just like I forget what it was. It might as well be like genius, right? And it'll make someone like she'll like enjoy like unusual subjects, um, and like writing could be amazing for her, especially the Mercury retrograde, like journal and like really express herself. And she can literally get downloads through her writing or through her communicating. So it's really an interesting one. Um, Hold on. And like with the Black Moon Lilith, going back to that a little bit, there's also like yeah, so it's like fear. There's a fear of vulnerability, right? Which like so like that's what you got to watch out for is like her creating the emotional walls, and it can be very subtle. She can be very good at hiding it. Because like with Pisces rising, sometimes they can trust too easily, even though she's a Scorpio, which pushes that away. And there can be this feeling like I need to protect myself, right? So healing comes, as I said, from relying on intuition and the gut feeling to decide who to trust, um, and accept that potential pain is part of the grand equation of this whole thing. But it's really like, very strong and yeah. So yeah, she'll feel her best when she's like really connected to her inner child. Uh, for her, creativity equals joy, inspiring beauty in herself and in others. and yeah, just like self-nourishment, goes with the North Node. It's the part of fortune here. Um, just like nourishing herself emotionally and really being in touch with that feminine side. And that'll help her get past some of this like pain that the Chiron on the moon, would have. And then that would allow for the full energy of that Aries moon to come out. With that said, though, that Aries moon, or that Aries moon in Chiron is actually being really well aspected by Venus. So Venus, when you actually when it's trying Chiron, that's about healing. It's about a gift of healing other people. And it's in, Sag. So it's through like in a more physical way, but also like in a more philosophical way and physical way. Because Venus is in Sag, right? So like with her love stuff later in life, she'll Venus and Sag people tend to be attracted. Like my girlfriend is Venus and Sag. She's Romanian. I'm French American. So she's like, and she's always dated. I think she had one boyfriend from Romania, but the rest of there hasn't been many. But we're always from foreign places. So Venus and Sag tends to not only like be attracted to foreign partners, but they just love traveling. And she has her sun in the ninth house, so traveling is huge for her. She might even live abroad. Who knows? Um, but yeah, like the fact that Jupiter and Venus are like, especially Jupiter right on the midheaven, that is a blessing from the god. And that to me is showing that like she'll have so much luck and prosperity in her career. Um, it's also does give lots of like attention and love typically from the parents early on. So it kind of goes against the Chiron one, which makes me think the Chiron square is more of like a past life thing. Um, and yeah, just like someone who wants to like just like expand themselves in their career and find a career like like I said, like maybe like something related to like exploring foreign lands. And then Ceres is there too. So she's nurtured by, and she's a teacher. She's a natural teacher. But the teacher, the Sag, the gypsy that becomes the teacher that becomes the philosopher. So she's gonna really be very adventurous, very adventurous. Yeah, always wanting to learn more about like expand her worldview and wisdom and all that. Um, and then yeah, Jupiter and Sag is like the ultimate placement for a teacher. Um, in the 10th house, it's like the public life is how she expands her meaning of life. So she wants like a job or like a career that helps her do that. Um, and yeah, Jupiter and Sag, just love for adventure, philosophy, foreign cultures, all that stuff, and makes someone a very, very good teacher. Now, Ceres is there too. So Ceres, remember, it's like this kind of like the second moon asteroid, but not as powerful as moon, Sag. Um, they like loved ones to provide them with a sense of adventure and freedom, right? So they feel cared for when they're given space to explore and reach their goals, right? And in the 10th house, um, they might choose like a caring profession. They look after others within their profession. And yeah, it's very empathetic with respect to that. And then Venus there, she could find love um, within her career, and it creates like a very harmonious, like like it could be like that she's an artist professionally, but like a very, very, if not that, very harmonious career that where beauty features beauty and higher learning, um, and adventure, of course, right? And yeah, lots of very good like professional relationships. But there's also a thing here to watch out for perfectionism in career, which how many and that goes with her South Node conjunct Saturn. So how like this is a trend, right? Um, yeah. So That's as interesting. And then Pallas in the 10th house in Sag also. So she has the ability to see the big picture, loves the philosophical discussions, and the defender of the truth, and very, very wise in her choice of career, you know? Like it just gives this like executive ability, where she can use her creative talents to like kind of craft the perfect life and career for her, maybe in like related to foreign lands. Yeah, super philosophical. Wow. So then there's the Libra 8th house. Um, that just pushes one in, like, as I said, like to probe deeper into the meaning of the cycles of life, death, rebirth, all that, esoteric. Um, but then Mars and Libra is tough, as I said, because, well, on one end it's good because it makes someone very different. It actually kind of helps the Aries part because it makes one very diplomatic, but it can also make someone really, really indecisive. Um, so that's why there's the need to find the real deep values that she can subscribe to, that she can then make her decisions based off of those values, right? But if those don't exist, there can kind of be this kind of like this issues with boundaries, especially in relationships, right? But there's a strong creative urge with Libra. Obviously, it's Venus ruled, right? Just and the chart is ruled by Neptune, which is in the first house also, which is super creative. But yeah, like definitely can become indecisive when opposed, and there's the need to not like allow other people to run her life, but like having an Aries moon can, being a Scorpio, that's that tough energy, so it kind of pushes that away. Now, the chart ruler Neptune in the first, that's beautiful because it basically means that she wants to take her highest ideals and dreams and impose them on her life, and on her her personality and just all that. But then also there can be like a lack of boundaries, like as I said before, and kind of like a vagueness in stuff in her self-expression. So there can be like somewhat of like an identity crisis kind of thing that can happen at some point. So that's why the arts are so important. That can help her find herself. But like it makes her able to really have this like fantasy world that she can create, on her own. And but it's important, like for her, like it's a quest for her to like really figure out who she truly is. Because the Pisces side will be the one that's more showing as the ascendant, but then there's the Scorpio and the Aries, which is way, way different. And of course all of that Sag 9th house energy. So yeah. Now she'll be in relationships also. She'll really like deep relationships, of course, but also very fair ones, right? With Juno and Libra, like very fair ones. And Vertex there, she'll learn a lot through her relationships, right? That's gonna be an area where her doorway to higher awareness is through these like very karmic relationships. Um, so then Pluto 11th, like yeah, there can be so Saturn and Pluto in the 11th. So Saturn, I've seen that a million times. Like there can be like issues around, like it totally is the person who's like very careful about who they befriend. Um, you know, um, better to have like one really good friend than a bunch of like kind of whatever friends. Um, so very particular in that respect. I definitely see that. Then Pluto, it can make one very, very powerful and have a huge effect on her friends in any groups she joins, and it comes from past lives. But the big karmic thing here is that it's a shift away from past life conditioning. So this is huge. So she's been a part of groups and organizations and friend groups or whatever in past lives that have conditioned her in the wrong way, right? Away from like spirituality, away from like too much in like the physical. So it's really important for her to detach from that and gain a new perspective. And yeah, it's really about going towards individualism, which can lead to isolation, right? But and let's see what this happens. It's ruled by, yeah. So yeah, it's just like the need for alliances with like-minded people, which your son has as well with the Neptune there, right? And deep people. And it's really so like the thing is like whatever group she's in, whether it's like something with work, career, or friends, it's like uh the basically like the level of like how to tell if it's good or bad is whether she's able to individuate within that group, right? Um, if there's any like conditioning that's pushing her to be a certain way, it's like to the extent that a group supports that process of individualization, it's useful, but to the point at which it begins to like kind of block that process, that's a problem. Um, so yeah. And then the polarity point is Leo, so it's like, yeah, like the need to like self-actualize creatively. Um, and it's basically like kind of the individual finding their own individuality within groups. So that's interesting stuff. Yeah, definitely a very independent thinker. Oh, you guys both have child conjunct your Venus. You see how I'm trying to like tell the difference between these numbers? It's so hard. Okay, yeah, I got it. So Mika, oh my God, my cat just spilled the whole thing of cat food. Mika, oh my God, I had these cat food containers and Mika just spilled, pushed one over, and all the food's on this carpet. Fine, that's your guys' dinner. Enjoy. That's all you guys get. I'm picking a lot of it up. Have fun eating out of the carpet. Good job, Mika. Ruining it for your brother and your sister. Oh my God. If it was on the floor, hardwood floor would have been different, but in this carpet, and now the fatty food addict's gonna dominate and eat all of it. Esma, stop. So yeah, I mean, the child and the Venus, remember talking about that. It's the inner child work that's needed. Um, connecting with with the energy of the inner child, which obviously they are a child. So um, making sure that they're not that she's not growing up too quick and um, skipping over steps, I guess you could say, that are important for the individualization. Okay, Esme, you finished this food. Mika, how could you do that? So disappointed. Bad Mika. Okay, so I return. So let's go back to Cam as we get to the end of this. You can see my eyes are getting tired. Um, ooh, I missed one. Oh, she has Angel on her Mars. I swear, who had Angel before? And then what's this other one? Oh, and Spica. The two Spikas. So yeah. I mean, Angel and some of the asteroids, like the names are just so obvious. Um, but like, okay, so Spica, like I said, it's one of the best stars in the sky. She has Mars very close to it, so that makes one very popular. So it's like really important. This star, social success is huge. And of course, having her Venus and her Jupiter in the 10th house is like really good for social success overall too. Um, and just lots of very like good judgment, and like very like kind of quick decision, like wits, I guess you could say. Yeah. And where's the thing I'm looking for? Oh, I see. Hmm. Yeah. And then nothing there. Okay. So, um, let's see here. So she has one thing that's very difficult. Um, so Nessus is on her ascendant. Nessus has to do with abuse, but it's not always like getting abused. In the ascendant is the one that does. So it could have something like that could be some theme with that, but I'm not that big on these asteroids. Because there's never like a wholly positive or negative influence, you know? Um, so I don't really put too much into them because there can be like a, another angle where it's like very ancestral, like a deep ancestral and familial connection. Um, so yeah, like I don't know. I'm just like I'm more on the big picture stuff. Um, like Spica, that's like a million times more important. Um, but yeah. Let me just look one more time at this. So I mean, yeah, there's lots to talk about. I know your brains are probably fried by now, um, when we speak live. But I think the themes are quite clear, right? There's an interesting juxtaposition between the two kids' charts. Although they do meet in a lot of ways. And I hope I've outlined kind of the best parental strategies and potentials for the kids. Remember that everything in astrology, free will meets the chart. Remember that. So anything that could be negative can be transformed, especially with awareness. Like with the daughter, with Serpentis on her Mercury retrograde. Well, we know that she needs a different type of education, or at least like an outlet, and to know and to be pushed towards the arts, and both of them do. You have two super creative kids, and they also have lots of really, really good karma around their careers. So it's like when that is the case, I always think, okay, well, that means money, especially for the son, isn't going to be a problem. And when that's the case, then it's usually more something emotional, or something within the self that has to be resolved. Some people incarnate into families where money is very limited, or like that they have circumstances that lead to that limitation. Um, but I don't see that here. So it was interesting because I just dropped my tea bag. It was interesting for many reasons because there was like such a such a similarity between mother and father, and then um it was quite different than the son and daughter. But then there's also lots of ways where you guys all kind of meet together, right? um and one of those ways is higher knowledge. And you two older, listening, are are on a deep spiritual journey. This is the beauty of it all, right? How it connects is that your guys' North Node Pisces journey is paramount to their journeys, right? Because Pisces North Node is all about oneness and trust in the universe and compassion and love, and just by talking to Jay, feeling his energy, seeing his chart further, just that I just think you're a great guy. And um I call you AG. I haven't met you, but like from your chart, I really get a fun energy from you, you know, especially with the Sag moon and the you know, the Venus in Leo, where, you know, and of course with your North Node also being in that position, like I just think that, you know, you guys being on a very similar spiritual journey are giving different things to each kid, you know? So yeah, that's it for today. Let's see the timer. Let's see the timer. 4:30. Wow. Is that my record? I don't know. But it's been a pleasure, and let's take your time with this. Literally does not matter how long it takes. I'm gonna be in America from the 22nd, which I'll still be working, but um not but no buts. I'll still be working. Um I was just gonna say, like, it's a long reading. I mean, this is like 4 readings mixed with, like, you know, combining things. But as I said before, this is a puzzle that we're doing together. Um, and I provided so much information. And one of my goals as an astrologer, and especially during these readings, is to not overload, you know? Um, which I hope I didn't. You might have to break this up. And I'll send you a voice message about that later or after this. But anyways, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for your patience. I hope this was worth the wait. I really wanted to wait until the right day. I didn't know when it was, I mean, it wasn't waiting. I was very busy, but, like, you know, I wanted to have that day come, which was today, you know, like no clients, good sleep, you know, my eyes don't look like it. And I just kind of I just felt into my energy and I was like, you know what? Let's do this thing. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. So pleasure, grateful, and I can't wait to talk live. It's gonna be awesome. So I'll talk to you guys later. Ciao.